ओम श्री चिन्मय सद्गुरवे नमः. ओम समस्त जनकल्याणे निरतं करुणामय नमामि चिन्मयं देवां सद्गुरुं ब्रह्मविद्वरम्. ओम हरि ओम. Hindu culture, an introduction explains about the most ancient, time-tested and still relevant culture and philosophy. Swami Tejomayananda gives us a deep and sensitive insight into Hindu culture using simple words and analogies that appeal to the head and heart of the modern reader. It deals with topics like the basis of cultures, fundamentals of scriptures, symbolism of deities, significance of festivals, roles of temples, indicators of dharma, understanding of the caste system, and characteristics of Mahabharata. The Hindu culture, an introduction by Param Poojya Guruji, Swami Tejomayananda ji. Contents: Preface Part 1, Introduction to the Vedas, the definition of culture, Prakriti and Vikruti, the need to refine our behavior, two kinds of cultures, the basis of culture, materialistic culture, spiritual culture, the source of cultural values, the Vedas, the purpose of life, the spiritual significance of Navaratri, Durga, the destroyer of evil, Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth, Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge, the importance of rituals, the three subdivisions of the Vedas, the Karma Kanda, daily disciplines, duties enjoyed by others, scriptural injunctions, purification rituals, the Upasana Kanda, the Jnana Kanda, the Upanishads, self-knowledge, the highest achievement, unity in diversity, one in all, four aspects of God. Part 2, the language of symbolism, the need for symbolism, invoking the awareness of God, the cultural role of the temple, the symbology of the idol, installation of the religious idol, consecration ceremony, Kumbhabhisheka, the 16 steps of ritualistic worship, puja, symbolism of Lord Shiva, the many facets of Lord Shiva, meditation on Lord Shiva's form, the river Ganga, the crescent moon and poison, the blue neck, the snake garland, the ash smeared body, the ruler of all, the three eyes, the scriptures, Shrutis, revelation, Smrutis, Smruti, practical application of Shruti, Manu and Manusmruti, the problem of desires. Part 3, the essence of Dharma, indicators of Dharma. The first aspect, duty before questions, actions that give joy. Two types of Dharma, Samanya Dharma, vegetarianism, injunctions and concessions. The four stages of life, student life, the householder's life, the retired life, the renunciate's life, the four castes, Chaturvarna, Varna based on karma, Varna based on guna, devotion towards duty, dedicated action, the purpose of religious festivals, variety of festivals, preparation, manifestation, celebration, Shivaratri. Part 4, the epics, Itihasa and Puranas, the Ramayana, Dharmashastra, solving life's conflicts, the symbolism of the characters, the Mahabharata, authorship, The central theme, Dharma wins, the greatness of the Pandavas, the characters of the Mahabharata, Dharma Shastra, reasons for losing the war, attachment to personal vows, advice of Lord Krishna, Dronacharya, Kunti, Duryodhan and Dushasan, Shakuni, Yudhishthira, Bhishma, the cause of righteousness, the Puranas, special spiritual lessons, the five topics, Sarga and Visarga, Manvantara, Vamsha and Vamshanacharita, means of knowledge, the one reality. Preface. Hindu culture is founded upon the sacred scriptures, primarily the Vedas, which provide the enduring foundation upon which this most ancient of civilizations was built. These sacred scriptures are revered even today, for they contain revelations of eternal truths and embody the spiritual and cultural heritage of the Hindu culture. The term Hindu was coined by the Persians to designate a group of people living to the east of the river Sindhu or Indus. They originally referred to their religion as Sanatan Dharma, eternal Dharma. Eternal because the principles it proclaimed were eternal and of a universal nature. Their thinkers, rishis, being subjective, scientists had experienced and touched a deep chord within, far beyond the physical, mental, and intellectual layers, which allowed them to see all life as interconnected. They saw the one manifested truth throughout the universe, and so everything was sacred to them. When life itself is honored and belief in the holiness of all life is fostered, one cannot help but acquire a deep sense of reverence for life. The Hindu culture evolved out of this expansive vision. Civilization flourishes with the promotion of culture, but when the cultural values deteriorate, civilization declines. This can be seen, for instance, with the fall of the Greek and Roman empires, when higher ideals are no longer pursued. The fundamental principles of civilization are ignored. It results in removal, in moral degradation and confusion. This is the unfortunate condition of the world today. The great religious masters of India have time and again revived their glorious culture. In no other philosophical system in the world have these values been so beautifully and exhaustively dealt with as in the sacred books of India. These cherished books offer nourishing inspiration and guidance. The great spiritual authors speak to us of their sacred vision and values that reflect their realization of the one in the many. The book Hindu Culture is evolved out of a series of talks given by Swami Tejomayananda in Altos in 1991. The talks were originally designed to instruct those individuals who were teaching children and youth, and so Swami Tejomayananda brought out all the vital aspects and dynamism of Hindu culture, that we can still hear the echo of his words reverberating in our hearts long after we have heard or read them, shows the incredible power of his communication skill. By explaining the values of the Hindu culture, he motivates us to incorporate time honored principle, principles into our lives. When we realize that our actions influence the entire society, the value system that we live by, and the choices that we make become the paramount importance. In part 1, Swami Tejomayananda examines the two basic types of cultures, material and spiritual, and emphasizes the need and role of culture in our life. He then shows how the various texts of the Hindu tradition use different ways and means to inculcate value systems. Part 2 explores the art of symbolism. To understand the subtle science of God symbolism, we need the help of a master. By understanding the deep inner meaning represented by the symbols, we discover many profound philosophical truths. Swami Tejomayananda explains the full significance of Sanatan Dharma in part 3. He points out that adherence to values lends a sense of dignity, direction, and purpose to every individual life. In part 4, we are encouraged to enrich our lives by studying the immortal epics, the Ramayana and Mahabharata. We see the entire gamut of human emotions displayed in these epics and marvel at the beauty of a culture that can impart ethical and spiritual training in such an interesting way. A culture based on a dynamic and practical philosophy, which indicates the goal of life and the many ways to reach it, cannot help but have an enduring quality about it. These fundamental ideas have provided a spiritual base and direction to the Hindu culture throughout the ages. Scriptures assure us that there will be true masters in every age, leading mankind to its ultimate fulfillment. Swami Tejomayananda ji is such a master. By giving an overview of this great culture, he helps us re- reassess our value systems, and motivates us to live these universal principles. Swami Chinmaya ji said, physics, biology, and other sciences are not the exclusive property of any one country or of people in a particular era or age, but are universally applicable irrespective of time and age. Similarly, the science of living Vedanta, as propounded by the Rishis, visualizes a plan of life to suit all people at all times in all places. Part 1, Introduction to the Vedas. Swami Chinmayananda ji said, man's control of external nature is called civilization. His control of internal nature is called culture. Every one of us may not be able to at once achieve the infinite expansion of universal oneness, but we are all trying. Religion's task is to help us in gradually achieving this elevated vision, to lift the limited and selfish human being from his passion, greed, and hatred to this loftier vision of the world is the essential ideal of religion. One, the definition of culture. The word culture is well known to all of us, but when it comes to defining it, we find that it is not very easy. Swami Chinmayananda beautifully explains that when a group of people live together for a long time in a particular geographical area, living certain values, the special fragrance that emanates from that group is said to be their culture. In this definition of culture, the four important factors are that a group of people must exist, that they must live together in a particular area, that they must live there for a long period of time, and that they respect certain common values of life. Only under such circumstances will the unique characteristics of those people is created. If the individuals are spread out far and wide, or if they are constantly roaming about without any common values, they will not. Then we will not find any recognizable culture emerging from them. This special group characteristic that develops under the above circumstances is called culture. It is not the characteristic of only one individual but of the group as a whole. There is a difference between the community's characteristics and the individual's nature. When a certain individual behaves in a particular way, we generally say that is his nature. But when a community responds to different situations in a particular way, we say it is its culture. With respect to one person's behavior, we call it nature, and with respect to a community, we call it culture. No doubt they influence each other, for the individual influences the total community, which in turn affects the behavior of the individual. In Sanskrit, we call the individual's name nature Swabhava in a family of four children. Though each is born into the same family culture, we find that each child behaves differently. If they are born in the same family, the same culture, and in the same country, then why do they behave differently? It is because of his nature or swabhava, which is formed together of his particular tendencies, samskara. When it comes to a group, however, we say that the group's mode of behavior and response is its culture. We say that the group's mode of behavior and response to its culture. Culture differs from place to place, even in the Eastern Hemisphere. For example, in Middle Eastern countries are different from the Far Eastern countries. The Indian culture is again different from both. When we come to the Western countries, we also find that the European culture is different from the American culture. Thus, even though we may see Western culture, many differences are contained within this generalization. We will now understand the Sanskrit word for culture, its meaning and deeper implication. Prakriti and Vikruti. In Sanskrit, the word for culture is Sanskriti. Kritam means that which is done. Sam means very well. Sanskriti means that which is very well made, very well refined. The Sanskrit language itself means that which is a well refined language. In terms of behavior, when we speak of culture, we also mean refined behavior. We often say that an individual is cultured, his behavior is cultured. It is possible that an educated man may be crude or a brute because being truly cultured is different from being formally educated. But to fully understand this concept of Sanskriti, we must understand two other basic points. The first point, the first is the concept of Prakriti, which we generally translate as nature. The inherent nature or tendency of a thing is called its Prakriti. For example, animals have urges such as hunger, thirst, feeling of fear, insecurity, and the need for sleep. They live according to their urges. This is also called their inherent nature. A human being also has these same instincts of fear, hunger, thirst, and desire for progeny. These are natural urges. Therefore, when a person feels hungry or goes in search of food, the action is called Prakriti, action in accordance with an inherent nature. As long as we behave according to our nature, there is no problem. But there is a difference between the urges of an animal and a human being. The animal's urges and pursuits are controlled by nature alone. They live by them and do not transgress their nature. Therefore, the animal's behavior is true to its prakriti. For instance, when a dog has satiated its hunger, it will not eat more. In the ashram seminary where I was staying, some 3 or 4 dogs would remain around the kitchen and dining hall when the food was being served, and afterwards they would be fed. If there was more food than the dogs could eat at that time, they would each dig a hole in the garden and keep the food there. When they become hungry, they would go back, dig up the food, and eat it. Also, when dogs are sick, they will not eat food at all, but only different grasses as medicine. Nature has given them this understanding. But a human being is different. Whatever sickness he may have, even if his stomach is upset, the first question he will ask the doctor, what can I eat? So the difference is that the animal remain true to their prakriti, they do not transgress it. Even the natural animals' desire for progeny is according to season. Everything is controlled. In Sanskrit, there is another word vikruti, which in this context can be translated as perversion. When some urge or desire grows out of proportion and we transgress the limits of Prakriti, it is Vikruti or unnatural perversion. It is no longer natural. When I feel tired, I sleep for some time to revive myself and then again begin to work. Here, the sleep is not a problem. It is not a Vikruti. But if one sleeps for 16 hours at a stretch, then something is wrong. It is not natural and is therefore Vikruti. There are people who sleep 10 to 12 hours and still say, I think I got up too early this morning. But 12 hours of sleep is abnormal and unnatural and is called Vikruti. In the same way, when I am hungry and want to eat, this is Prakriti. However, if I continue to eat like a glutton, and in order to satisfy my taste buds, I am ready to do anything, kill animals and even destroy nature to fulfill my desire, then this is perversion. I once heard a story about a Roman emperor who was so fond of eating that he used to overeat and afterwards take medicine and vomit the food. Then he would again begin to eat. Even when we hear about such a thing, we feel nauseous. This obsession of the emperor with eating is Vikruti. The human being is blessed with the faculty of thinking or choice, which gives him freedom. What is that freedom? I can either make or break myself, both are possible. Thus, this faculty of choice is a blessing if we use it rightly. If we do not know how to use it properly, it can become a curse. Our prakriti, our nature, can become an obsession and abnormality. This is why psychology books contain sections on abnormal psychology, dealing with the thoughts and behavioral patterns of people whose nature has become abnormal. The need to refine our behavior. What we need to do is to control, discipline, and redefine our behavior is the case in the case of human beings. Instead of everything being instead of everything being pre-programmed and instinctive, we are blessed with choice and thinking. We have the faculty of reason and discrimination. Therefore, we can choose and know what is good for us and live accordingly. If we live indiscriminately, we can even fall to the worst depths. In order to refine the person, we prevent Prakriti from turning into Vikruti. What we need is Sanskriti or culture. Mere education, getting promoted to big posts, or gaining more money and power will not make one a cultured person. One's mind may yet remain animalistic. Sri Ramakrishna Paramahansa used to say that our minds are like that of a vulture. A vulture flies very high in the sky, but on what are his eyes? They are searching for dead bodies lying on the ground. The moment it sees the dead body, it swoops down to eat it. Some human beings are also like that. A person may be in a very high position of political, economic, and financial power, and others may show him great respect. But where is his mind? Do we not hear of corruption in high places? So, when our mind is like that of a vulture fixed on low base things, we need culture in order to fly high, not only materially but morally and spiritually as well. The mind must rise to true spiritual heights. The topic of culture is subtle and it cannot be easily taught through discourses. As Gurudev Swami Chinmayananda says, culture cannot be taught, but it but is caught by the children. Just the children automatically pick up whichever language is spoken at home without being taught. Culture too is picked up in the same way. If you constantly instruct the children to behave in a certain way, yet we ourselves live differently, they will not follow our instructions, but behavior always speak louder than words. That is why culture cannot be taught merely by words. Living a life based on noble values is most important in teaching our one's culture. Why do we need values? What do we need to respect? Why do we need to respect them and live by them? Because in the human being there is every danger of his nature transgressing its limits and becoming a perversion. This is what we see in the world today, greed for money, power, and position. We cannot just blame the political leaders because these tendencies are in our minds as well, and we too act according to them. It is just not just that those who have more power have greater influence and their actions and attitudes have more impact. We find offensive or terrorizing behavior in some school children also. Some are monster like and some adept at creating trouble for others. About the worst behaved child in the classroom, the teacher once said, what is worst about him is that his attendance record at the school is 100%. The teacher prayed to him, stay home at least one day, please. But no, he attends the school every day and every day he creates problems. There are bullies in the classroom as well as in the business world or the world of politics, and it shows the absence of something. the absence of refinement. One may be rich, a well educated scholar, or a politically powerful person, but he may not have the refinement of character which we call Sanskriti. The beauty of a person does not lie in his physical, educational, or other capabilities, but in his culture and behavior, which expresses itself every moment in his daily life. Two kinds of cultures. As I said earlier, there are many communities and nations, and each one has its own culture and tradition. Nevertheless, we can mainly divide or classify these cultures into two general groups: spiritual culture and material or materialistic culture. In Sanskriti, spiritual culture is called Adhyatmik Sanskriti and materialistic culture is called as Bhautik Sanskriti. These words will also have to be understood carefully. These terms are often misunderstood. We generally think that materialistic culture means to eat, drink, and be merry. People have the notion that to be spiritual, one has to renounce everything. Run off to the Himalayas and just sit there. So one person says enjoy the world, and other says escape, run away from the world. Everything in it is bad. Go somewhere far away and contemplate. But this is a superficial way of looking at it. Some others have the notion that spiritual culture alone is good and materialism is very bad, and that people of a particular culture or a particular country are bad. People become proud of their own culture and prejudiced against others' culture. The follower of the materialistic culture who does not fully understand the spiritual culture says you are just getting poorer because of your culture. It is useless. Those who follow the spiritual culture say to the materialist, you are only running after enjoyments, going through the going through stress and strain and falling off for temptations. What kind of life is that? So each person thinks his own culture is superior. Most people do not have a clear understanding of what material culture and spiritual culture really mean, for it is not that one is good and the other is bad. Some teenagers and youngsters say, we know what spiritual culture is. When you see an elderly person, you must prostrate to him. That is called spiritual culture. Prostrations and salutations. Some parents insist on it so much that they push the child's head down to touch the elder's feet, and the child just protests and thinks, why should I smell his feet? Is this what culture is? In Sanskrit, the word bhumika, bhautikvad, the term bhautikvad materialism comes from the word bhuta or elements. Bhautika means elemental. One generally considers as real only that which is directly in front of one's eyes, which is tangible and is a material form. The philosophical basis of materialism is seen in seeing is believing. Thus, I think that whatever I see is real. Perception of the material, tangible world is given complete validity and reality, and something that is not seen, known, or is not veritable by a scientific experimentation in the laboratory is not accepted as real. Materialism means faith only in matter, the physical things that are perceived by our senses. That is why some people with little knowledge of science say, What is religion? Religion is only a matter of faith, as you just accept the existence of what you do not even see. I met a man a few days ago in Washington DC who, while a student in Delhi, had met Dr. Radhakrishnan, the second president of India. He had asked Dr. Radhakrishnan, sir, since you are also a great philosopher, can you explain the difference between science and religion? As there seems to be a contradiction between the two. Religion speaks of something that is not seen, and people have faith in that, but the science one can accept only what one sees, so it appears that scientists are anti religion and faithless. Dr. Radhakrishnan gave a very nice answer. He said, a little science takes you away from religion, but more of it brings you nearer religion. It is true that those who have little knowledge of science speak of religion and God is in derogatory terms. Einstein would not agree with this negative view, as is evident from his writings. Thus, the materialist has faith in and bases his life upon the assumed validity and reality of seen things, whereas spiritual persons think that whatever is seen in is fine, but there exists a truth that is not seen by the senses. There are many things that exist even though you cannot see them. Since perception is not the only valid means of knowledge, what is real, uh, valid means of knowing what is real. Through the senses, we can only observe objects of the world, but there are things that are beyond sense perception, and different means exist for knowing them. Such belief is called spiritualism. The next chapter further discusses these two cultures, their respective values of life, the basis of their values, and the source of knowledge of the fundamental nature of the Hindu culture. We will study that this step by step in small doses. Second, the basis of culture. We should understand that it is not the world itself that is good or bad, but how we look at the world that matters. Depending on our attitude and values, our ways of living will be different. There are basically two different kinds of cultures, the materialistic culture, Bhautik Sanskriti, and the spiritual culture, Adhyatmik Sanskriti. The difference between them lies in the particular philosophy of life that they uphold. All other cultures arise out of them. Neither philosophies should be taken to an extreme, but each should be kept in balance within limits. For it is only when we go to extremes that the two philosophies seem to contradict each other. Materialistic culture. Materialistic culture gives total destiny reality to that which is solid, gross, tangible, and perceivable by the senses. Its followers investigate into the nature of matter and are interested in the application of that knowledge in practical ways to make their lives more comfortable. The materialistic does not accept the existence of the unseen, even if he does feel that something other than the seen exists. He does not give it much importance and makes no further inquiry into it. Such a person wants to know what is in the depths of the ocean and earth explores outer space, wants to know about different planets. Such investigation is done through the sense organs, the mind, the intellect, and through various kinds of apparatus and equipments like microscopes, telescopes, spectroscopes, spectroscopes, and so on. He wishes to find out what is far, far away, deep down below, and what is extremely subtle. He undertakes the study of molecular physics, atomic physics, particle physics, and so on. Another aspect of the materialistic philosophy is the idea that this whole world is meant for our enjoyment. The materialistic, the materialist believes that he must conquer nature and make it useful for our own personal life. Naturally, there will be a material progress in such a culture as a result of this way of thinking. For whenever and in whichever direction a person applies his mind, progress is the result. These then are the dominant thoughts in the materialistic philosophy. Spiritual culture. In a spiritual culture, the unseen is given greater importance than which is seen. The existence of matter is not denied, but it believes that the seen alone is not real. There is something unseen and invisible, which exists and is more real. In fact, the spiritual person believes that that which is unseen is what controls the visible or perceptible world. For example, the body moves about and carries on its functions because of what does it function. Life is unseen, and that which gives life to is unseen. The unseen entity cannot be known through the sense organs or any other instrument of knowledge. The invisible, then, which appears to have more total control over that which is visible, is the subject of into subject of inquiry for the person following the spiritual philosophy. Spiritual minded people are also adventurous, but their adventure lies in investigating into the unseen that is not experienced through the senses. If a human being has a tremendous attachment for the seen objects of the world, if he is fascinated, attracted, and finds himself gravitating towards matter, it is not a surprise or to be wondered at because our senses are made extrovert. They are constantly seeing color and form, experiencing sound, taste, and touch, which are all tempting to the sense organs. But what is more surprising and fascinating is that so many people are also attracted towards that which is invisible. They may never have had any glimpse of it, yet they are ready to give up their money, comforts, and power to seek it. People of this type exist in every age. Though truly spiritual people are few in the world, there are many religious people who have not seen God, yet have faith in their concept of Him. Is not this attraction of the human being towards the invisible more surprising and fascinating than his or her attraction towards the material objects. Humanity has an inherent curiosity in the unseen. We want to have that. We want to we want to know what exists after death. For some, this question arises when someone close to him dies. That something which exists though unseen is called spirit, and the belief that an inquiry into it is the basis of what we call spiritual culture. Materialistic culture believes in conquering and making use of nature for personal convenience, whereas spiritual culture attempts to understand and to live in harmony with nature. They even attempt to go beyond nature. This is a very different approach. The spiritual philosophy totally transforms the life of the individual as well as that of the entire community. Having touched upon the broad differences between spiritual and materialistic cultures, we will now describe them in greater detail. The source of cultural values. When any community, society, or nation follows a particular set of values of life, it must be assumed that these values were given to or propounded by someone. There is also some basis or source from which these values are taken, expounded, and set forth for the people. Communist ideology denied and denounced everything to do with God and religion. They say that religion is bogus, the opiate of the masses, something by which the people would get intoxicated and go mad. So the communists closed down all the temples and churches. Some time ago, however, the last Soviet Union president is believed to have said that the greatest mistake they made was to throw religion out of their country. They refused to accept the Bible or any other scripture. But then what did they do? They followed the philosophy of Karl Marx. Karl Marx. What happens is that if we refute one book, medicine, Ayurveda, archery, Dhanurved, music, dance, drama, Gandharva Ved and architecture, Sthapatya Ved or Vastu Shastra. Since the ancient tradition is past, we take up another. Uh, we denounce one philosophy but then start following another. Most of them have now given up this philosophy also. This is because a human being needs more than just food, shelter, and clothing. Man does not live on bread alone. He needs a philosophy to live by. Certain practices in many or all religions can be wrong, but this does not mean that the whole idea of religion should be thrown out. We should try to find out the true meaning of religion and how it applies to our lives is in the best way possible. The point is that there is always a foundation or source from which the philosophy and the culture emerges. The values that are followed by that culture are propounded by someone, whether it be a person or a group. When we look at countries following the culture of Islam, the Middle Eastern and Arab nations, we see that the word of the Prophet Muhammad is the source and foundation upon which the whole culture is built. Likewise, in the Christian culture, the Bible is the source of people's values. When there is no deep rooted set of values or foundation upon which a culture is based, we find that its philosophy keeps changing every 5 or 10 years, and that the people follow whichever ideas are more popular at that time. In either case, there are always some practical values which predominate and provide the foundation or give direction to the culture. 3. The Vedas. The culture of a community or nation is based upon the values that its people live and uphold in their lives. These values themselves are derived from a philosophy or source book, propounded either by one person or by a group of people. For the Hindu culture, the Vedas are the source book of knowledge for its philosophy and values. The Veda, which was originally one, was classified into four: Rigved, Samaved, Yajurved, and Atharvaved. The word Veda is derived from the Sanskrit verbal root vid, to know, and is generally translated as the treasure of knowledge or the source or means of knowledge. Many people mistakenly think that the Hindu culture speaks completely about other worldly matters and not about the world we live in. That is not true. The fact is that the Vedas contain knowledge about many fields of worldly science. The six limbs, Shadangas, of Vedas are phonetics, Shiksha, the code of rituals, Kalpa, grammar, Vyakaran, etymology, Nirukta, literature, and metrical compositions, Chandas, and astronomy, Jyotisha. Along with these six branches, there are also the four Upavedas and or Subvedas, consisting of the four sciences of medicine, Ayurveda, archery, Dhanurved, music, dance, dharma, dance and drama, Gandharva Ved, and architecture, Sthapatya Ved or Vastu Shastra. Since the ancient tradition of passing on these branches of knowledge from teacher to student has been lost, we think that the Vedas contain nothing relevant for us today. The fact is that the Vedas speak of all aspects of human life, the purpose of life. We shall now touch upon the main topic in the Vedas as far as it concerns the theme of culture. Most of us will accept that and the fact that this human life is meant for more than just indulging in pleasures. Though eating, drinking, and enjoying are a part of life, we cannot say that this is all there is to life. The human being is distinguished from other creatures because he possesses an intellect and faculty of understanding and thinking. The purpose of the intellect is to know the truth or essence of things that are perceived by our senses. In Sanskrit, two words make this distinction between an animal and a human being very clear. The word for animal is Pashu, etymologically meaning one who sees, looks outwards, takes things at first and at face value, or gives no thought to its truth of a thing, to the truth of a thing. Pashyati iti Pashu. For the animal, there is no need to look deeper, for an object is useful only in so far as it is edible or serves the purpose of survival. The English word man could be derived from the Sanskrit word manushya, meaning human being. Manushya comes from the root man, man meaning to think. Manushya means suggests that for the human being, it is not enough to merely see an object physically, but that he should think about and know the true truth behind it. The purpose of human life, therefore, is to know the truth and is not for enjoyment alone. Knowledge of the truth brings success and victory in life. What is this victory? It is the conquering of our own minds so that we are not perturbed by every little change that takes place in the world around us. This victory over our mind is neither won by compulsion nor by artificially induced methods that suspend the mind temporarily, but by knowledge and understanding alone. The spiritual significance of Navaratri. Let us discuss the values of Indian culture and the subject matter of the Vedas with reference to the Navaratri festival. Even though Hindus celebrate this festival every year, most have no idea of the significance of Navaratri. Last year, an American boy who was attending my talks regularly had gone to see a Navaratri festival in a Gujarati community where they were doing the Garba dance throughout the night. He asked some of his Hindu friends what it meant, but they were unable to explain. What colossal ignorance! Here, a Westerner wants to know the meaning of Navaratri and no one can tell him. They could only say, "Oh, it is a nice thing, is it not? A social gathering, just enjoy, sing and dance, eat and then go home." We should know the meaning of this important religious festival, which I will explain briefly. Ratri means night and Nava means nine. During Navaratri, the 9 nights festival, the goddess is worshipped as Durga, Lakshmi, and Saraswati. Though the goddess is one, her three different aspects are represented and worshipped. On the first 3 nights of the festival, Durga is worshipped, Lakshmi is worshipped on the next 3 nights, and then Saraswati on the last 3 nights. The following day, the 10th day of the festival, is called Vijayadashmi. Vijay means victory, the victory over our own minds that can come when we have worshipped these three, Durga, Lakshmi, and Saraswati. Durga, the destroyer of evil. To gain noble virtues, all evil tendencies in the mind must be destroyed. This destruction is represented by Goddess Durga. Durga is one who removes our evil tendencies, Durgati Harini. This is why she is called Mahishasura the destroyer of the demon Asura Mahisha. Mahisha meaning buffalo. The buffalo stands for Tamoguna, the quality of laziness, darkness, ignorance, and inertia. We do have these characteristics of tamas in us. We love to sleep, although we may have a lot of energy and potential inside us. We prefer to do nothing, just like the buffalo that loves only to lie around in murky pools of water. In the Puranic story, Durga Devi's killing of the Mahisha demon symbolizes the destruction of the tamogun within us. When we worship Durga Devi through a fire ritual, Havana, we invoke her divine power within us to destroy our animalistic tendencies, in which tendencies which are otherwise very difficult to get rid of. Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth. For knowledge to dawn within us, we have to prepare our minds. The mind must be pure and concentrated. This purification of the mind is attained through worship of Goddess Lakshmi. Usually, when we think of Goddess Lakshmi, we only think of money. That is why a Lakshmi temple is always crowded, as everyone wants money. Everybody likes Lakshmi Puja, ritualistic worship of Lakshmi. They think that she represents only material wealth. She is the goddess of all wealth. But what is real wealth? Even if we have material wealth but have no self discipline or self control, nor the values of love, kindness, respect, and sincerity, all our material wealth will be lost or destroyed. The real wealth is the inner wealth of spiritual values and that we practice in our lives, by which our minds become purified. Only when we have these noble values will we be able to preserve our material wealth and make good use of it. Otherwise, money itself becomes a problem. In the Upanishads, the rishis, seers never asked for material wealth only. The mantras of the Taittiriya Upanishad indicates that they first asked for noble virtues. They prayed, having gained the noble virtues, Lord, please bring wealth to us. In the absence of right values and good qualities, all our money will be wasted. For example, we see that if we give money to a drug addict or an alcoholic, he will smoke or drink in a way in no time, drink it away in no time. The wealth of virtues is our true Lakshmi. Its importance is expressed by Adi Shankaracharya in Viveka Chudamani, where he names the six forms of wealth. Shat Sampatti as calmness of mind, self control, self withdrawal, forbearance, faith, and single pointedness. These are to be cultivated to attain wisdom. These virtues are important because our goal is victory over the mind. A victory such that we do not get disturbed by every change that takes place in our lives. This victory comes only when the mind is prepared, and this mental purification is symbolized by the Lakshmi Puja. Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge. Goddess Saraswati is the goddess of knowledge. Victory over the mind can be gained only through knowledge, through understanding. Goddess Saraswati represents all knowledge, including the highest knowledge of the self. Although there are many kinds of knowledges in the Vedas, phonetics, astronomy, archery, architecture, economics, and so on. The very purpose of the Vedas is to give spiritual knowledge. Lord Krishna himself says in the Bhagavad Gita, amongst all the knowledges, I am spiritual knowledge. It is my glory. We may have knowledge of many other subjects and sciences, but if we do not know our own self, then that is a great loss. Indeed, Goddess Saraswati symbolizes the supreme knowledge, the knowledge of the self. Thus, during Navratri, Goddess Durga is invoked first to remove impurities from the mind. The Goddess Lakshmi is invoked to cultivate the noble values. And finally, Goddess Saraswati is invoked by gaining the highest knowledge of the self. When all three are gained subjectively, then there will be Vijayadashmi, the day of true victory. During Navratri, the Rasa dance, the dance of joy of Sri Krishna and gopis, is also performed as the mind becomes more pure, calmer, quieter, and more cheerful, and greater understanding is gained. Do we not feel happier? The rasa is the dance of joy, which symbolizes the joy of realization. But nowadays, the understanding of Sri Krishna and the gopis dancing the rasa has been lost. The true meaning and purpose of the ritual is forgotten, and importance is given only to dancing as a social occasion or for entertainment. Why is the Navratri festival celebrated at night and not in the daytime? This is another interesting question. We generally sleep at night. We are urged to awaken from the darkness of ignorance and live in the light of truth. We have been sleeping long in tamas. We must awake from our inertia and laziness and worshipped the Lord, who is purity and nobility personified, Shuddha Tattva. Unfortunately, we are never willing to stay up late for performing a puja, ritualistic worship. We ask, what time will the puja end? We never ask this question for attending a party. If the party ends at 10 p.m., we say, what? The party has already ended. What kind of a party is that? Yet we find it difficult to stay awake to attend a puja. The importance of rituals. The importance of rituals. Not everyone, it is true, is intellectual or can appreciate everything philosophically. Therefore, philosophy or spiritual truth must be demonstrated visually in some ritualistic form. We are introduced to the philosophy in this way, and as we enjoy a dance, ritual, or festival, we then begin to question, what is this dance for? Why are we doing this puja? What is the meaning of Navaratri? The purpose of the ritual is fulfilled when these questions begin to arise in our or their children's minds. Unfortunately, when we take our children to religious functions or to the temples and they begin to ask questions about what they see, we cannot answer them. Yet, when the children revolt later as teenagers, we say, what has happened to these children? They are terrible. We never used to question our religion. We take pride in the fact that we never used to question anything. But it would have been better if we had asked these questions and found out the answers. Why did we not ask? It could be because of intellectual inertia. Inertia is of different kinds. Physical inertia is not as bad because it is usually temporary. There are also mental and emotional stupors that some people remain in, but the intellectual inertia is the worst kind because under its influence we do not want to think at all. It is said that people can live, people can live without air for 2 minutes, without water for a few days, without food for a month, and so also, and without thinking for a lifetime. Some properly, some people just do not want to think. This is our inner demon Mahisha, and our tragedy is that we do not want to destroy it. We thus see that the theme of the entire Vedas is reflected in the Navratri festival. Purify the mind and remove all negativities, cultivate positive virtues, gain spiritual knowledge, and transcend limitations. This is the real victory, a dance of joy, ritualistically performed at night to signify our spiritual awakening. The three subdivisions of the Vedas. In the Vedas, we find a corresponding three theme of spiritual development as explained in the Navratri festival. Each Veda contains three sections. The Karma Kanda, which is generally translated as the ritualistic portion, it actually has much more than mere rituals. The second section, called Upasana Kanda, deals with worships and meditations on different aspects of the Lord manifested in various forms in the universe. The third section is called Jnana Kanda. It reveals the highest knowledge. If we happen to read somewhere that there are only two sections of the Vedas, then it means that the Upasana Kanda is considered to be included in the Karma Kanda section. Why are there three sections of the Vedas? Because human beings have these kinds of inherent defects or problems, impurities of the mind, restlessness of the mind, and ignorance of the self. Ignorance, in fact, is the cause for the other two problems. In our mind, is our mind not wandering and restless all the time? Why is this? It is due to impurity. What is this impurity? Let us try to understand it by looking at our lives. Throughout our lives, we perform actions and receive various results. We meet different people and go through many experiences and circumstances. All these activities can be classified into two: perception and response. We perceive an object or interpret a situation, and then we respond to the situation. Actions give rise to results which we either suffer or enjoy. Thereafter, we again perceive and respond. This, in short, is the cycle of our life: perception, response, perception, response. But the question is, how are we perceiving and responding? What is the motivating factor behind these actions? All are are all our responses really objective, or are they prejudiced or preconditioned? When we perform actions, are they really performed in the knowledge of what is right or wrong, or are they according to our whims and fancies? When we analyze, we find that we readily do those things that we like to do. But when it comes to doing things we do not like performing a ritual, we find excuses to avoid or say, I am a rational, intelligent being. Why should I do it? It is not that we really question because we want to understand why we should perform the action or duty, but that we are in a habit of questioning those things we do not want to do. For example, when we ask a youngster to attend a spiritual function, he may say, why should I? Yet he never questions what his friends want him to do and he gives in to peer pressure. He may insist on wearing jeans with a hole here and a hole there without questioning about its rationality. In short, if he wants to do something, he will do it. And only when he does not want to do something, he will ask questions. This holds true for a child, a youngster, or an adult of any caste, creed, or nationality. Then, what is the motivating factor behind doing things we like to do or avoid doing? We do, we do not like to do. In scriptural languages, our activities are said to be vasana anusari, prompted by our inherent tendencies, vasanas, which manifest in the form of likes and dislikes. Think about it. Whenever we meet a new person, do we really look at him objectively or with a prejudiced mind or a mind filled with likes and dislikes? He is Muslim, he must be like this, or he is an American, he must be like that. All our perceptions, actions, and responses are controlled by our likes, raga, and our dislikes, dvesha, which are direct manifestations of our vasanas. These likes and dislikes are what we call impurities of the mind. What then is the result of this type of behavior? The more we act and react according to our vasanas, the more stronger and deeply rooted they become. The Bhagavad Gita in 15.2 says, the branches of the tree of samsara transmigration, extending downwards and upwards, are strengthened by the gunas qualities and have sense objects as their shoots. And the secondary roots, vasanas, that are followed by actions spread downward in the human world. In this metaphor, our life in the world is compared with a banyan tree with secondary roots, vasanas, that go down and get deeply rooted in the earth. In the same way, we get pulled down and rooted deeply in the world of illusion by our vasanas. The more we follow their dictates, the stronger they become. We ourselves feed and strengthen the vasanas. Take, for instance, the habit of smoking. The more we continue smoking, the stronger the habit becomes. This is true of tea, coffee, alcohol, or anything else. By repetition of the action, the habit becomes stronger. The impurities of the mind, likes and dislikes, must be eliminated, and this is the purpose of the Karma Kanda section of the Vedas. The mind is restless because of innumerable likes and dislikes that causes it to run in different directions and from one object to another. Consequently, it is not available for knowledge. To the extent the mind becomes pure, to that extent it becomes steady and concentrated. We can occasionally force the mind to concentrate for some time, but if the mind is not purified, whatever power is gained as a result of concentration can be misused. That is why it is said that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. It all depends on the quality of the mind. In the Tulsi Ramayana, it is said that when Bharata agreed to rule the kingdom as a regent during Sri Ramchandra's absence, he went to meet Sri Rama at Chidrakut. Lakshman doubted Bharat's motive and thought that since he had gained a powerful position, it must have been gone to his head, and he would want to defeat Sri Ram in a battle. Assuming that Bharat's mind has become corrupt, Lakshman wanted to fight with him. But Sri Rama told Lakshman that power only corrupts those who are impure in mind and those who have never associated themselves with holy people, satsang. Sri Ram added that Bharata was such a great saint that he did not need satsang and that other people would get purified just by living near him. In conclusion, our goal is to purify our minds. The Karma Kanda portion of the Vedas has been given to us to enable us to purify our mind. How karma or work accomplishes this goal is the topic of the next chapter. 4. The Karma Kanda. Hindu culture is essentially a Vedic culture, Vedic Sanskriti. Since it is based on the authority of the Vedas, the subject matter of the Vedas is classified into three parts: the Karma Kanda ritualistic section, the Upasana Kanda worship section, and the Jnana Kanda knowledge section. The Vedas point out that the purpose of human life is to realize and to know the absolute truth, the absolute reality, and not just to live superficially in the world of appearances. In order to know this truth, the mind must be prepared and purified. And so, the first portion of the Vedas, the Karma Kanda, is mean, meant for acquiring this purity of mind. When we perform actions and respond to different situations and world of appearances. In order to know this truth, the mind must be prepared and purified. And so, the first portion of the Vedas, the Karma Kanda, is meant for acquiring this purity of mind. When we perform actions and respond to different situations and experiences, our actions and responses are not always subjective. They are often prejudiced, colored, and conditioned by our personal likes and dislikes, which are expressions of our vasanas. The subtle impressions and inherent tendencies gathered through innumerable lifetimes. When our actions are prompted by our vasanas rather than guided by the knowledge of which is right, and wrong, we strengthen these likes and dislikes, which constitute the impurities of mind. Daily disciplines. How can we purify the mind? When the mind is full of impurities, with many likes and dislikes, desire, anger, and passion, these impurities agitate the mind to the extent that the mind is pure, to that extent it will be calm and single pointed. Let us now see how karma achieves this goal of mental purity. Most people think that karma kanda refers only to rituals. Homas, havanas, yajnas, and pujas. And so we become frightened and wonder how we will be able to do all these rituals, karmas. But this is an incomplete and superficial understanding. In the Karma Kanda, different kinds of karmas or actions are prescribed for fulfilling various desires. Such karmas are rituals are called kamya karmas. Rituals prompted by a desire to get a particular result and are therefore done by choice. For example, some rituals are given for attainment of heaven. It is said, let him who has a desire for heaven perform the Jyotishtoma sacrifice. Other sacrifices are for the attainment of wealth or for conceiving children, such as the Putreshti Yaga that the king Dasharatha performed. These rituals are meant for the fulfillment of particular desire, particular desires, and are only required to be done if one has a desire for that particular result. Otherwise, these rituals have no use for us. If we have no desire to go to heaven, we are not required to perform a sacrifice for its attainment. Just as there is no need for an Indian to apply for an American visa if he does not want to go to America. Another type of karma or ritual is called Nitya Karma. According to our respective stage in life, duties are assigned to us which we should perform daily. For instance, a brahmachari student must do Gayatri Japa as a daily duty. The householder, the vanaprastha, one who has retired from worldly activities, and the sannyasi, renunciate, are all given particular daily duties. These duties are meant to bring discipline into our life. We are usually not very disciplined in our actions. We sleep whenever we want, we wake up when we want to wake up, and we eat at any time whether we are hungry or not. If we see anything on on sale, we purchase it, whether we need it or not. We indulge in many things just because they are available. In today's world, Vedic culture is not well known, and it is only rarely that the grandparents pass the tradition on to the grandchildren. Many parents also do not know the culture and religious traditions, and whatever values the children gather, they absorb through programs like See Same Street. It is very interesting to know that television has become the guru. Instead of Acharya Devo Bhava, consider the Guru as God. It would seem that we practice Doordarshan Devo Bhava. Consider the television as God. In Sanskrit, television is translated as Doordarshan, since Dur means far and Darshan means vision. It should, in some homes, children are taught to be considerate, to be accommodating, and not to fight with each other. But the after school entertainment of teenagers are completely different, and they learn to think, what should I have? Consideration for Why should I have consideration for anyone else? I have my own individuality. So, at the values of sharing and caring, which the children learn during which the children learned earlier, are lost as they grow up. The point is that there should be discipline in our lives, and in order to teach our children, we ourselves must undergo some discipline. For instance, our parents with whom we lived in India might have established the rule that unless you bathe first, no tea will be given to you, or before you prostrate to the Lord at the altar, you will not be given any food. This brings in some discipline. If, for example, as soon as we wake up in the morning, we have to have our desire for a cup of coffee, but we make the rule that unless we do at least one mala, rosary of japa, repetition of mantras, we will not have the coffee. This in itself will be a great accomplishment. When we keep at least one of these disciplines in our life, the mind will slowly come under our control. Through any and many of these disciplines, we learn to gradually control our mind. This is important. Kamya karmas are performed out by the person who has a desire for a particular result, whereas nitya karmas enjoined duties are always our daily disciplines required according to our stage in life. Whether we are students, householders, retired persons, or initiates, we are told to abide by these disciplines meticulously and are allowed to forego them only under extraordinary situations. But in many cases, it is just the opposite. We only occasionally follow rules, especially scriptural rules. For instance, we are allowed to sleep till late if we are especially exhausted or ill. But only occasionally do we decide to wake up early to do some special activities or worship. So, generally, that which should be an exception has become the rule for us, and that which is supposed to be the rule has become an exception. This is why our willpower is not strong. When we cannot follow even a simple discipline, we find it impossible to face bigger challenges, and we become weaker and self condemning. But when the performance but when we perform some discipline regularly, we find that our willpower strengthens and we are benefited in many ways. Let us take a simple example. Suppose we decide to get up regularly at 5 o'clock in the morning, then we will also have to go to sleep early. And if we go to sleep early, we will have to eat earlier and have only light food. Also, television watching and whatever other activities we do until late night will have to be reduced, because this, if we rise, besides this, if we rise early in the morning, we can work without any disturbance, and we find that so much extra time is available at our disposal. Thus, even if we are able to keep our discipline in our lives and make it a rule for ourselves, many other aspects of our life are also become disciplined and come under our control. By performing Nitya Karmas, we slowly gain mastery and control over our minds. Duties enjoyed by others. The third type of karmas is called Kartavya Karma, meaning duties enjoined by others, such as parents, teachers, the government, or by our employers. A youngster may reject his parents' rules and refuse to obey them. But when he takes up a very vacation job at a restaurant, he will have to obey the boss. He may be washing his own cup or plate at home, but at the restaurant he will have to wash everybody's dishes. Otherwise, he will be fired. Similarly, even though we may revolt in performing our duty at home, no matter performing, no matter where we go, there will be some duty we must fulfill. In fact, it is for the effort of sincerity, that sincerity with which we try to fulfill our duties, that we are really respected. When we start our own business or industry in and employ many people, what is it that we expect from others? Do we not expect everybody to be obedient and disciplined? Will we tolerate or allow any employee to continue is inefficient, indisciplined, lazy, and not punctual. Some people think that money alone is respected, but we do respect those with higher values and good qualities such as sincerity, honesty, and punctuality. The problem is that we want and expect these values to be in others, but not in ourselves. We may earn money by any means, fair or foul, but we want our accountant to be honest. We expect our employees or servants to be sincere and honest, even if we are not. These higher values are what we really respect and admire. Success comes only to a person who is well disciplined in his life, for without discipline, no success is possible. Many problems of the world could be solved if only each person started thinking, let me cultivate good values in myself. This is very important. The Vedas tell us to be steadfast in our duties, whether they are only simple daily duties, enjoined on us by others. We should not worry whether others are doing their duties, but only be connected about fulfilling our own duties. There are some who say, why should I do my duty? I am the only one doing my duty and no one else is doing theirs. But if we become ill, do we wait for the other person who is also ill to go to the doctor first, saying, I will not go to the doctor unless he does? No, whether the other person goes or not, we know that we must go well, we must get well, and so we go to the doctor for treatment. In the same way, here we want to gain spiritual health, our true natural state. Therefore, in the performance of duty, we should not care whether another person is doing his duty or not. Also, in the fulfillment of duty, the question of likes and dislikes should not arise. We must have the attitude that we do this work because it has to be done. Thus, the first portion of the Vedas advocate performance of actions and doing them consistently without compromising in a disciplined way. Whatever duties are enjoined on us by others, at home or at work, we must remain steadfast in them. We are also instructed to gradually reduce our desire prompted activities and a of resultant constant expectations of results and profit motive. Of course, we should also not take up prohibited karmas, meaning actions that are below human dignity, such as stealing or killing. Prohibited actions are generally motivated by strong desires that force us to do wrong just to satisfy the desires. Scriptural injunctions in the Karma Kanda portion of the Vedas. There are many do's and don'ts, and we are generally very allergic to this. If anyone says, do this, we say, why should I? And if we are told, do not do this, we should say, why not? We do just the opposite of what we are told. This natural inclination in many is quite immature and purposeless. Once there was a boy who was taught the Ten Commandments and asked to obey them. Then someone asked him, "Do you know what will happen if you break one of the Ten Commandments?" He replied, "Nine will remain." The point is that when we are given so many rules and regulations to follow, we feel that we are being bound and restricted by others. Our parents, teachers, society, and government are the scriptures. The Rishis, seers, and the Vedas proclaim that the scriptures do not bind us. We are already bound by our likes and dislikes, desires and anger. The scriptures are actually releasing us from our bondage. It is something like this. I was suffering from high blood pressure and went to the doctor. The doctor told me to stop eating pickles. I said, "Stop eating pickles. That is what tickles my tongue most. I like it very much." He said, "No, you stop eating pickles, papad, and other fried things. Only eat bland food." The doctor gave me all kinds of do's and don'ts about what to eat and not to eat. I said, "Doctor, with all your instructions, you are making me sick." He said, "You are already sick. If you follow all the instructions, you will enjoy good health again and will be able to eat normally." The doctors are not making us sick by their prescriptions, rather, they are relieving us of our sickness. Similarly, the rishis are our spiritual doctors who, by the scriptural instructions, are actually relieving us of our spiritual illness. In fact, wherever we go, we will find these do's and don'ts. Even on goods that we purchase, we receive instructions so that we make good use in them. However, we make good use of them. However, when it comes to ourselves, we immediately revolt. This revolt is meaningless because if we understand the purpose behind scriptural injunctions and remain steadfast in self discipline and duty, we will see our minds becoming calm, pure, and single pointed, and thereby directly experience their benefit. The purpose here is just to give a brief insight into the subject matter of the Vedas. We can study the Vedas more by ourselves later. Thus, we have briefly understood about the Kamya karmas, actions performed in order to gain a desired result, Nitya karmas, daily disciplines, and Kartavya karmas, duties given to us by others, which we must fulfill as long as we are benefiting from society. Purification rituals. Another kind of ritual performed as a purificatory act is called samskar karma or purificatory rituals. Such rituals are seen even in other cultures. From the Vedic age onwards, there were rituals performed right from the birth of a child, Later, when he or she went to the school or Gurukul, the sacred thread ceremony was performed. When school life ended, the convocation or graduation ceremony, Samavartan, was performed. Many people are now protesting against these rituals, and many do not perform these rituals, these spiritual sanskaras, but we see that we are only replacing them with modern social rituals, are we not? In America, there are graduation ceremonies even at the primary school level. I was surprised to find this because when I graduated in India, even for postgraduate students only, a certificate is given and there is no ceremony. For those universities who have started having graduation ceremonies, copying the West, the family members do not go to see the ceremony. Once, when I came to America to give a program in Michigan, a couple said to me, Swamiji, we will not be able to come to your talk tomorrow as we have to go to a graduation ceremony of our nephew who is graduating from high school. I said, what is so great about graduating from high school? They said, oh Swamiji, you do not know. Only when you live here will you understand what a big thing it is. Now I know that if the parents do not go to that ceremony, they have had it. So we see that in the present day also, rituals and ceremonies are performed and special occasions celebrated such as graduation, birthdays, Mother Days, Father Days, Valentine Days, Independence Days, and so on. The marriage ceremony is also an important ritual in which two individuals promise in front of each other people that they are accepting each other and take on their respective responsibilities as husband and wife. When a person is elected president, he too goes through an oath taking ceremony. Is that not again a ritual? Why do we engage in these rituals? Because in the performance of the ritual, an impression is left upon the mind of the person or persons involved so that they feel they are beginning a new life and have a new responsibility to fulfill. When the president takes the oath, he feels, I hereby take up this big responsibility. The nation is looking up to me and I must guide it as best as I can. This impression left on the mind as a result of the ritual is called samskar. To sum up, the various types of actions prescribed by the Karmakanda portion of the Vedas are Kamya Karma, Nitya Karma, Kartavya Karma, and Sanskar Karma. Their purpose is the purification, discipline, and control of the mind and creating an impression of a higher sense of duty and responsibility towards others beyond mere personal and beyond mere personal sense gratification. Fifth, the Upasana Kanda. The second portion of the Vedas is the Upasana Kanda. Upasana means worship or literally sitting near. Upa means near and asana means sitting. Upasana does not mean just physical sitting near the idol, we worship. It means that we must sit mentally near the object of our worship. And when we do this, we begin to slowly imbibe the qualities of that ideal we worship. For example, when a log of wood is placed near fire, it gradually becomes heated up, and when it comes in contact with fire, it catches fire. For the log of wood, this would be called Agni Upasana, sitting near the fire. If I am cold and sit near fire, I will also feel the heat of the fire and become warm. In the same way, in the Vedas, it is said that we must worship our chosen form of God, Ishtadeva Upasana, Rama, Krishna, Shiva, or any other form we like. What we worship through these idols is actually the ideal they represent. People unnecessarily criticize idol worship because they do not understand its significance. But in one form or the other, everyone worships idol. What are we doing when we salute the national flag? Though we see only a piece of cloth, we are really saluting or revering the ideal that it represents. The flag represents the country's aspirations, its values, and its entire culture because the flag symbolizes something greater than a piece of cloth. People protest against a particular nation by burning the flag of that country. Once an American asked a Dutchman, what do the three strips red, white, and blue of your national flag represent? The Dutchman said, they represent the three conditions of our faces at tax time. When we hear that it is time to pay taxes, our faces become red. When we think about how much we have to pay, our faces turn white. And when we actually pay the money to the government, our faces turn blue. And what about your flag? The American replies, ours is the same. The only difference is that we also see stars. This story is simply to illustrate that one can always ascribe different meanings to the physical symbols that we see. We also worship idols in one form or the other. The use of symbols for worship is meant for making our minds single pointed and we gain the very same qualities of the ideal to revere. This is just like this is just like tuning our television to a particular channel. We receive whatever program is being broadcasted by that station. A devotee meditating on Sri Ram, the role model of a perfect king, son, husband, and brother, will slowly gain those same qualities as Sri Ram. We also become exactly like the company we keep. For example, a person who was not a smoker started living with people who smoked all the time. They urged him, why do you not smoke also? So he thought, what no, why not try it just once? And after that, he became a regular smoker. This can be called cigarette upasana. There can be many other kinds of upasanas, drink upasana, TV upasana, and so on. When we live In the company of people who do these things, we slowly imbibe those same qualities and tendencies. In the Upasana portion of the Vedas, wonderful meditations are prescribed in which we are given a symbol, pratika, representing a greater ideal upon which to fix the mind. By focusing all our attention at one point, we gain all the virtues of that ideal and finally become one with it. When the mind is thus purified, sharpened, and made single pointed, it becomes a powerhouse of energy, and with such dynamism, anything can be achieved. The culmination of following the Karma Kanda and Upasana Kanda is the readiness of the mind for the highest knowledge, the knowledge of the self. What is contained in the last and most important portion of the Vedas, the Jnana Kanda, will be discussed in the next chapter. 6. The Jnana Kanda. Whenever minds are purified through karma, selfless action, and made single pointed through upasana, worship, we cannot remain satisfied with the small achievements of worldly life. We begin to ask questions such as, what is the purpose of life? What is my true nature? What is this world and from where has it come? What is the source and origin of this entire creation? When questions of this kind arise in a person's mind, his or her quest for spiritual knowledge begins. This quest can be satisfied only when the student approaches a spiritual master and learns from him this highest knowledge of the self. Knowledge is the subject matter of the third and last portion of the Vedas, which we call the Upanishads or otherwise known as Vedanta. When we say the philosophy of Vedanta, we mean the knowledge that is revealed in the Upanishads. Therefore, we do not have to say that we are studying both the Upanishads and Vedanta because the two words have the same meaning. The Upanishads, the word Upanishad is made of Upa plus Ni plus Sad. The prefixes Upa means near and Ni means below, and the verb Sad means to sit down. Thus, the simple meaning of Upanishad is near, below, sitting. The indicative meaning is that a student equipped with good qualities of the heart and head, with a burning desire for knowledge, approaches a teacher, sits at his feet, tunes his mind to the teachings given by the master, and tries his best to absorb and practice the teachings. In short, the Upanishads contain that knowledge which can be gained by a seeker of truth when he is sitting at the feet of his spiritual master. Why is it said that the student must sit at the teacher's feet? Because just as the flow of water is natural and effortless from an upper to a lower level, knowledge flows from the teacher to the taught. Sitting at the feet of the teacher is symbolic of the students looking up to the teacher with respect and reverence. With this attitude, of the student, the knowledge from the teacher flows easily to him. The other meaning of the word sat means to destroy. When the student receives knowledge from the teacher, his ignorance regarding the nature of the world and of its own self is destroyed. Therefore, the purpose of the Upanishads is the destruction of ignorance, ajnana nasha. So, the word Upanishad does not essentially refer to a book but to the highest knowledge, the knowledge of the self. The prefix ni in Sanskrit also means determination. This indicates that the students must approach the teacher with a firm determination to gain this knowledge. We must feel that unless and until I gain this knowledge, I will not be leaving this pursuit. Even if the teacher tells him to stay for a long period before teaching, the student must be ready to stay. In other words, the student must feel that he is ready to abide by whatever instructions and advice the teacher gives him. A Sanskrit verse says beautifully, either this body will fall dead or I will accomplish my goal. Deham va patayami, karyam va sadhayami. It means I will not give up efforts to attain the goal even if I die in the process. This is the firm determination with which the student has to approach the teacher. Self knowledge. As explained before, in all the four Vedas, there are the three sections of Karma Kanda, Upasana Kanda, and Jnana Kanda. The Jnana section comprises of many Upanishads. Even though there are more than 108 Upanishads in the Vedas, the knowledge taught in them is the same, the knowledge of the self. What is self knowledge? What is the real subject matter of the Upanishads? For all of us living here is the real subject matter of the for all of us living here in this world. Questions such as who am I, what is this world, and where did I come from eventually arise. The first question is related to myself and my own true nature, while the second question relates to the nature of the world that I see around me. Our desire for the knowledge that will answer these questions is fulfilled in the Upanishads. They tell us that Brahman, the truth, is the origin of this creation and that it is also our own true nature. The question then arises, what is Brahman, the truth? Upanishads gives us two main definitions. The first definition is Brahman is that which all being from which all beings are born, that they by which they are sustained, and that unto which they merge. The word Brahman is not very common, but the word God is. Many people have doubts regarding the existence of God. However, there is one thing which all of us, even the logicians and scientists, will accept, that for every creation product or manufactured thing, there must be a cause, a source. When we look at the creation as a whole, most agree that there must be a cause for it. However, when the scriptures call that source God or Brahman, truth, some people say that they do not accept that. In other words, the idea of source or origin is acceptable to them, but not when it is referred to as God. In the Upanishads, Brahman is said to be the source of all creation. Secondly, Brahman is also indicated as that which is not seen, but because of which the eyes are able to see. That which cannot be described by words, but because of which our speech is able to describe other things. That which is not heard by ears, but because of which our ears are able to hear. Kenopanishad 1.4.7. This is a profound definition of God. An atheist says, I do not believe in God. The Vedantin says, God is that because of whom you are able to even speak these words. Thus, God or truth is indicated in the Upanishads as pure consciousness, that because of which we are able to see, hear, speak, or think. Also, that which is not thought of by the mind, but because of which the mind is able to think. That is Brahman. This truth is our own self. Once a person approached Bhagavan Raman Maharshi and said, O Bhagavan, can you show me God? Raman Maharshi replied, I can show you, but I do not know whether you will see it. The man felt insulted and said, if you can show him to me, why can I not see him? I have eyes. He did not realize that one must have more than just eyes to see God. One must have true knowledge. The man insisted. Bhagavan Raman Maharshi raised one finger and started moving it from one side to another. 5, 10, 15 minutes went by. The man was still expecting God to appear as a vision, a form. Finally, the man asked, I thought you were going to show me God. Where is he? Bhagavan said, I told you I can show you God, but you may not be able to see you. For the past 15 minutes, I have been showing you God, but I only see you moving your finger, he said. Bhagavan asked, what is it because of which the finger moves? Were it not for life, would it move? And life is only an expression of God or consciousness. Therefore, that which is expressing in this body as life, as sentiency, is God. Now, do you see God? The highest achievement. In the light of an electric bulb, we can see many objects in a room, but not electricity itself. That because of which there is light in the bulb is called electrical energy. Yet, the light itself is not electricity. In the same way, that because of which there is life in this body is called Brahman, God, or the Self. Its existence cannot be denied by anyone, Brahman is said to be the origin of creation and is present in the hearts of all beings as indefinite consciousness. To know that I am this infinite consciousness is the highest achievement that a human being can gain. There is nothing greater to achieve than this, because once we know that it is only the grey self which appears as this total universe, our sense of limitation and finitude ends, and our entire vision of the world changes. We then see the world as our very own self. This, in short, is the subject matter of the Upanishads, the Jnana Kanda of the Vedas, which is also called Vedanta. This portion deals with the knowledge of Brahman, truth, also known as Atman or self, which dispels the ignorance about our own true self. In Sanskrit, this knowledge is called Brahma Jnana or Brahma Vidya. All spiritual practices, sadhanas, performance of rituals, temples, worshipping idols of deities, and various religious symbols are meant only to lead the individual to this final realization, unity in diversity. Another thought which is found to be confusing to many Hindus as well as to people of other faiths is, do Hindus believe in one God or many gods? Do the Hindus scriptures propound the existence of many gods? No. The Upanishads are very clear in pointing out that there is only one God, one truth. In the Chandogya Upanishad it is said, in the beginning of creation, all this was nothing but Sat, truth, alone, and it, truth, is one without a second. What is that one truth? The Upanishads say the truth cannot be defined by any words, because only a finite thing can be described, never the infinite truth. Finite, uh, therefore, the truth or Brahman is pointed out as that which is indescribable, nameless, formless, and attributeless, pure existence. Brahman or truth also has the infinite power to express in many ways, through manifold forms. Let us understand this concept through an example. The government is the governing body of a country. It makes laws, collects taxes, upholds laws, and so on. When I was a child, I thought that government was the name of an individual. But is the government a person or an object with a form that can be seen? What is its color, its taste, its texture? The government is not indicated by any of these terms or qualities, as it does not indicate a individuality, particular individual, or like a president. Where is the Indian government? We say that it is everywhere in the nation. If someone says, "Show me where is government is where the government is," you cannot do it. The government as a power exists everywhere in the nation and cannot be said to exist only in one place. However, we may be able to indicate particular offices where the government officials sit and function from, even though sometimes it is difficult to find the officials there, as many do not attend office. We can say that in the United States you will find the government offices in at Washington DC and in India at New Delhi. This is because there are many government buildings and offices with heads of various departments and so on in these places. Yet all these people put together is not the government. The government is still much more than that. What is seen is only the power of the government expressing and functioning through these people holding official government posts. Just as the government is one, but the government officials are many. It is said that there is one supreme being, truth, that is one pure conscious existence, consciousness, bliss, omnipotent and omnipresent. It is that being alone who expresses as different powers and is known by different names. This does not mean that the one has actually become many. For instance, in myself I am one, but I also have various powers and mm, mm, various powers that are expressing through different media. The power within me that expresses through the eyes is called the power of seeing, and when I use this power to see, then I am called a seer. When my power expresses through my ears, it is called the power of hearing, and accordingly, I am called a hearer, depending on the medium through which my consciousness is functioning. I am also called a taster, toucher, smeller, feeler, thinker, doer, and enjoyer. Is there really more than one I, the pure consciousness? I am one and appear to be many when I express as different powers functioning through my various senses and through the mind. Electricity the world over is the same, but when it functions through the heater, refrigerator, radio, television, and amplifier, its expressions are different. Functioning through the heater, the electrical power manifests as heat when the same electrical power mm, electrical energy functions through the radio, it manifests as sound. The energy is one and the same, but we call it by different names according to the medium through which it expresses. In the same way, I, the pure being, the one power, acquires a different name or status according to its manifestation through either the senses or the mind. The one I appears to become the speaker, listener, doer, eater, and so on. in one's relations to other people also. The same person is referred to in different ways. In relation with my parents, I am called son. With reference to my sister, I am called brother. And with respect to my grandparents, I am called grandson. Once a person was sick, and his different relations phoned the doctor. The child called and said, "My daddy is sick, please come." The wife said, "My husband is sick, please come and help." The mother also called and said, "My son is sick, please come and see what is wrong with him." The doctor wondered how many people are sick in that house, but when he came to their home, he found that only one person was sick. So the person is one, but he is called by different names according to the different relationships he has. He does not become many. The one infinite being, Brahman, acting through its creative power, is called the Creator, Brahma. Acting through its sustaining power is called the Sustainer, Vishnu, and acting through its destructive power is called Destroyer, Shiva. Just as many laws, departments, regulations, and forces exist in order to govern the country, the whole universe is governed by many laws and forces of nature and the different deities presiding over them. The deities again are not different from the one Lord, but are smaller manifestations of the same one power. Hindus do not believe in many gods, but in one God expressing in many forms. All the different forms of Hindu deities are but one God, expressing in different ways. This idea should be clear to us, and if one studies the Hindu scriptures properly, there will be no doubt concerning it. One in all. Though it does not seem so at first, the basic concept of unity in diversity is also the underlying principle of all Hindu scriptures. In the Vishnu Puran, for example, it is said that Lord Vishnu is the supreme being and all creation and all the deities have come from him. When we read the Ganesh Puran, however, Lord Ganesha is considered as the supreme god, and from him Vishnu, Shiva, and Devi have been created. Yet in the Devi Puran, it is said that Devi is the supreme god, and from her all other deities have come. People become confused when they read this, but the very fact that the Puran says that the whole creation has come from one being means that there is one and the same reality behind Ganesha, Lord, Shiva, and Vishnu. The one Lord appears in different forms so that people can worship whichever form attracts them most. Swami Chinmaya explains that some people can only conceive of God as a master and ruler, while some feel more attracted to God as the Divine Mother. Some worship God as a father, or as a friend, or as the divine beloved. Some people are fond of the form of the elephant headed god Ganesha, and one supreme truth alone is worshipped in and through all the forms. Four aspects of God. The absolute aspect of God is the nameless, formless, and attributeless reality, the very origin of creation. This is the one absolute aspect of all forms of God, like Shiva, Vishnu, Ganesha, and Devi. The second aspect of God is as the Lord, omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent, the creator, sustainer, and destroyer of the entire universe. His role as the creator is emphasized more in Lord Brahma as the sustainer in Lord Vishnu, and as the destroyer in Lord Shiva. The third aspect of God is as his various incarnations, avatars, like Sri Rama or Sri Krishna. In these incarnations, he plays various roles and accomplishes the tasks of establishing dharma through his divine sports, leelas, and teachings. He appears in various incarnations in different forms at different times for accomplishing different purposes. Lord Shiva often assumes the incarnation of a guru as Lord Dakshinamurti. The fourth aspect of God is as the form of God which the devotee chooses as his favorite form. For his personal worship, Ishta Rupa or Archa avatar. Some devotees worship the Lord Sri Krishna's child form, Bala Krishna, whereas others are fond of the form of Sri Krishna as the beloved of the gopis and holding the flute in the hand, sporting on the bank of the Yamuna river Venugopal. Every aspect of God also has a symbolic meaning which can be meditated upon. For example, Lord Vishnu is meditated upon in the following manner, in the following verse. I worship Lord Vishnu, the embodiment of peace, sleeping on the serpent bed, from whose navel a lotus emerges, who is the Lord of all the deities, the support of the universe, like the infinite blue sky, dark like the rain clouds, and of the auspicious form. Meditation on the Lord's form enables us to go beyond the form and reach the formless, absolute nature of God. When we do not have this understanding, the many forms of the one reality can get confusing or problematic. One gentleman complained to me, Swamiji, I went to Badrinath temple and bought a picture of Badrinath. Then went to Kedarnath temple and bought a picture of Kedarnath. Then I went to Meenakshi temple and bought an idol of goddess. Meenakshi, idol goddess Meenakshi. Now there are so many pictures and idols of gods and goddesses in my altar at home, and that is a problem. I have to chant a mantra for each one of them, and it takes 2 hours to complete my worship, and I get late to work. What should I do? I told him, do not worry, just choose one idol of your favorite form of God. Keep that in front of you and worship. He said, oh no, if I do that, all the other gods will be angry with me. This shows how we have problems because we do not have right understanding. From the explanation given in the Upanishads, it should now be clear that Hindu Dharma propounds that there is one God or one supreme reality which manifests or expresses through various powers represented by the form of different deities. Now, there should be no confusing reading regarding the no confusion regarding the apparent multiplicity of God's forms in Hindu Dharma. Part 2, the language of symbolism. Swami Chinmayananda said our sacred books insist that the seeker should constantly lift his mind in attunement with the ideal of his heart. In every country, it is a general practice to have monuments representing great national heroes. These monuments have monuments representative great national heroes. These monuments act as reminders and inspire the future generations to live up to the ideals set by these heroes. Since ours is a spiritual culture, we draw sustenance and strength from the spiritual ideals lived and demonstrated by the avatars, incarnations of God. It is our tradition to preserve and cherish the sacred idol of avatars in temples. For the idols represent the ideals they lived. Temples served as holy halls of retreat for the masses. Their architecture provides an effective medium where are the where the creative arts are fostered and education for the cultural revival of the country was made available. The true spirit of devotion is kindled by the epics and Puranas. As a devotee visits a temple and has the vision of the idol, he feels a thrill of joy and inner peace in spite of the prevailing tensions around. It needs hardly it need hardly be emphasized how much more temples are necessary these days. They serve as speed breakers to slow down and soften our hectic blind rush in life. They also serve as source of inspiration and solace during times of depression and disappointments, which are mostly beyond our control. Buildings of temples. Building of temples was therefore considered as a sacred activity in ancient times, as sacred as any other community service. Seventh chapter, the need for symbols. What is the need for religious symbols? What is the need for the temple? We will now examine these questions. Many of us will say that God is all pervading. Why do we need to have temples? Why should we ever go to one? The need depends upon the individual person. If you can calculate mathematical computations mentally, then you have no need of a calculator or pencil and paper. Nowadays, however, most of us are so used to calculators that we cannot even mentally count 2 plus 2. Since we no longer have the self confidence that we can compute mentally, we need the calculator even more. Similarly, if a person can walk on his own two legs, there is no need for support of crutches or a stick. But an old person who has no strength and finds it difficult to balance requires some support. Just as some people need support at the physical level, many also require support at the mental and intellectual levels. This is true today even in high level management courses, where the method of instruction is primarily through visual means of graphs, charts, videos, slide shows, and so on. Why do we need all these pictures? Why can we not understand a principle by itself without any pictorial demonstration? When a principle or theory is taught to us, we generally ask for an illustration or an example to help us understand it better, because without it we feel we cannot comprehend the idea. This is to facilitate our learning. However, if our mind is subtle through the understanding, subtle enough to understand a concept directly, we do not need the help of a symbol. Therefore, the requirement for an outer symbol to convey a subtler idea is not needed for everyone. It depends on our mind. But how can we become qualified spiritually so as not to need an outer symbol? It is very easy to say that God is formless, but are we really able to meditate or realize that formless reality? We may say that God is in every being and thing, but what is the quality of our behavior with other persons when we interact with them? If we say that there is divinity in each other, divinity in everyone, will we continue to cheat others? It is meaningless to say that God is in all if our behavior remains vulgar and thoughtless. We should not fool ourselves. Certainly, it is true that God is all pervading and that He is not only in one idol or place, but the question is whether we realize and experience that truth. If you do not experience it, what is the use in just spewing out a theory? If one already has the direct living experience that God is formless and all pervading. One has no need to one has no need of a temple or an idol, a symbol or a picture. For most of us, however, there is still the need for the support of a symbol in order to prepare the mind to make it subtle, pure, and capable of seeing the highest truth. It is for this reason that we are asked to first practice seeking Him in an in at least one idol so that we will later be able to see Him in all. Invoking the awareness of God. Another point that people miss when they criticize those who go to the temple is the fact that if God is all pervading, then He must be present everywhere, including the temple and the idol. We therefore are worshipping the idol not just as a stone but with the understanding that God is also in that form. The temple and the idol are meant to help us feel the presence of God. Many people keep a practice of their family members. Many people keep a picture of their family members on their office table, in their purses, or on their mobile screens. Why do they do this? Not because they think they will forget their dear ones, but because the picture invokes the love they feel for their family members and it brings the loved ones to their minds. Some people even save a thread from the cloth or a hair of someone they love. For them, it invokes all the memories of love and joy associated with their loved ones. Though to another person that hair is merely a hair, this is also called this is also a kind of idol worship. It is said that Swami Vivekananda once visited a king who was an atheist and who did not believe in any kind of idol worship. The king said that an idol was just a piece of stone and to worship it was useless. In his royal palace, there were many pictures of the king's forefathers hanging on the wall. Swami Vivekananda asked one of the ministers to take down the picture of the king's grandfather, put it on the floor, and to trample and spit on it. The king was shocked. He said, "What are you asking him to do? How can you insult my grandfather like that?" "What is wrong?" asked Swami Vivekananda innocently. "It is only a picture. It is not your grandfather, is it not?" The king understood what Swami Vivekananda was driving at and apologized to him for criticizing idol worship. The picture of the grandfather was more than just a picture. It symbolized the king's whole ancestry, an ideal that he revered, the man from whom his father had obtained the kingdom and royal power now in his possession. The point is that no matter how insignificant a thing may appear to others, It has the capacity to bring a completely different experience and awareness to one who worships the idol it represents. The idol is not a mere idol to a devotee, for through it he can come to experience directly the presence of the Lord. Though this experience may not happen immediately, it can certainly come in time to a devotee who develops a deep love for that chosen form of the Lord. In short, the function of the temple and of the idol is to invoke in our minds the awareness of God's presence. Though the form is outside us, the knowledge and awareness take place in within. Becoming aware of God in one place or form is a practice by which we purify the mind and prepare it to experience that God is everywhere and that He is, in fact, our own self. The cultural role of the temple. In the Hindu tradition, the temple was also meant for other purposes besides fulfilling the spiritual need of the society. It was also a place for secular learning, for spiritual discourses, for the celebration of special festivals, and for patronizing music and arts. Whether a person was a painter, sculptor, dancer, or a musician, he could express his or her art in the temple as worship to the God Lord. The temples were also places where people could come together socially or to share experiences of a spiritual nature. They also served the purpose of the total cultural and social awakening and upliftment of the people, like just like community centers of today. Though recently we have been feeling the need to build community buildings and centers for the sake of various functions, the temples can even today adequately serve all these purposes just as they did in earlier days. Nowadays, since there are not many spiritual discourses given in the temple premises, people have become rather ritualistic and have forgotten the meaning of the rituals they perform. Our temples should again become the places where people can learn about their history and culture, their religion and philosophy as they did in the past and were intended for. The temple also has another deep significance of which many people are not aware. The temple represents the physical body and the Garbhagruha Sanctum Sanctorium is its heart, wherein we experience the presence of the Lord. In South Indian temples, especially, the whole complex is huge on the outside, but the actual place where the Lord's idol is kept is very small. Inside the Garbhagruha, it is always dark, and when you go near the altar, the priest will offer a camphor light by which you can see the form of the Lord. Subjectively, it means that the Supreme Self, Lord, who is seated in my heart, is veiled by the darkness of ignorance and is unknown and unseen by me. Camphor is nothing but solidified fragrance, and when it is burned up, nothing remains. This fragrance is called vasa or vasana in Sanskrit, and It represents all the negative tendencies and impressions of our minds. The solidified vasanas in us, the ego manifests in the form of desires, likes and dislikes. The ritual of lighting the camphor in the temple represents the kindling of the fire of knowledge within us and the burning up of the ego. In the light of that knowledge, we can then behold the Lord in our hearts. At the end of the ritual, when the camphor flame is shown to everyone present, they put their hands over the flame and then touch their own eyes. This gesture signifies that we should always keep before our eyes that light by which we see the Lord. What is seen by the eyes goes into the heart. Consequently, when we look at the world, we have this new vision of the Lord everywhere. The famous verse of Ishavasya Upanishad says, pervade the entire world with the vision of the Lord. Ishavasyam idam sarvam. There is also a significance as to why we put a donation into the plate as the camphor flame is being passed around. It means that when we gain this greater divine vision of the world, we wish to serve the world and therefore offer our bit. Do not be miserly at that time. Some people search their pocket for a smaller bill or put a large bill on the plate but take back the change. The money given in the temple was for the welfare of the whole community. When we experience God's presence everywhere, we wish to share our wealth and possessions with others. At the very end of the ritual, there is the distribution of the food that has been offered to the Lord. Prasad. To most of us, prasad means something that is edible, but the real meaning of prasad is purity, cheerfulness, bliss, joy, and peace. This is our true gain upon tuning our mind with the Lord during the worship. The real prasad is the feeling of peace which we experience in our hearts after we have worshipped the Lord with great love and devotion. But generally, if at all we perform our daily worship puja, we finish it in haste and say, done, finished. That is why the prasad, the peace and joy, is not experienced by us. We have not really tuned our minds to the Lord. So far, I have explained the need for and the significance of the temple and the rituals. This field is vast. By knowing even this much will bring meaning and beauty to our worship. The symbolism of the idol. The Hindu Dharma, the various forms of the Lord also become symbols for meditation. The meditation verses of various forms describe each aspect of that deity's form, according to which a sculptor sculpts and the artist paints the picture. We see the form with our eyes and can meditate also on its subtler meaning. Let us explore the meaning of the famous meditation verse Dhyana Shloka of Lord Vishnu. Santakaram Bhujagashayanam Padmanabham Suresham Vishwadharam Gagana Sadrusham मेघवर्णं शुभाङ्गं लक्ष्मीकान्तं कमलनयनं योगिभिर्ध्यानगम्यं वन्दे विष्णुं भवभयहरं सर्वलोकैकनाथम्. I salute Lord Vishnu, Vande Vishnu, who is of the form of peace, Shantakaram, who sleeps on the thousand-headed serpent Bhujaga Shayanam, from whose navel emerges the lotus Padmanabham, who is the Lord of all the deities Suresham. He is the very support of the world Vishwadharam, also like the infinite space Gagana Sadrusham, and of the color of dark clouds Megha Varnam, and with beautiful limbs and from Shubhangam, beautiful limbs and form Shubhangam. He is the beloved of Lakshmi, Lakshmi Kantam, and his eyes are beautiful like lotuses, Kamalanayanam. He is attained by the yogins in meditation, Yogibir Dhyanagamyam. He is the remover of the fear of worldly existence, Bhavabhayaharam, and the one Lord of all the worlds, Sarva Lokaikanatham. The first line of the verse explains the true nature of Lord Vishnu. Shantakaram. Lord Vishnu is of the nature of absolute peace. Agitations are only in the mind. That state or reality which is beyond the mind is naturally peace absolute. Agitations and noise are created. The reality that exists before creation and is without any agitation and noise, and therefore of the nature of absolute peace. Bhujaga Shayanam. Lord Vishnu reclines on the thousand-headed serpent named Shesha. Shesha in Sanskrit means that which remains when everything else has gone. Shesha refers to time. All things and beings exist in time. Time remains even as the things appear and disappear. Lord Vishnu thus represents the Supreme Self which exists as the cosmic time. The snake also represents the unmanifest potential or the creative power of the Lord. Avyakta Prakriti. The state of the world in the seed form, undifferentiated and latent. This can be compared to the deep sleep state in which there are no thought modifications and no experience of the individuality and the pluralistic world. Lord Vishnu is the substratum of this unmanifest creative power. Padmanabham. A lotus emerges from the navel of Lord Vishnu. The navel represents the center of creation, the very first thought, the I notion. This I notion arises from the supreme infinite consciousness. When I am in deep sleep, I am in my unmanifest nature, avyakta, in which there is no experience of the world for me at all. When I wake up, the very first thought is that I am. Thereafter, my entire world of thoughts, feelings, and objects is created once again. Lord Brahma, who sits in the lotus, has four faces. We too find that everything we create and In every action of ours, there are four stages. It means that the mind, represented as Lord Brahma, has four aspects. First, a thought arises in the mind. Why not go to this talk on Indian culture? This is called Sankalpa. But just because the thought has arisen, it does not necessarily mean we will go. Then comes the second stage of decision, Nishchaya, yes, I will go. But on what basis did we decide? Because of the memory of a prior experience. Last week I went to the talk and it was alright. Swamiji is not that bad. I guess I can do it again for 45 minutes. Due to a memory of the past, we make a decision in the present. Memory, therefore, is third stage in the process of creation and is called Chitta or Smriti. Then finally, we make a firm determination that we will definitely go to the talk and we get in to our car and go. This final determination of the will is called ego, ahankara, and is the fourth stage. Is it not true that every creation comes about in these four stages, represented by the four faces of Lord Brahma, the Creator? Thus, the sequence given so far is as follows. First, the pure consciousness in its absolute nature, Shantakaram, in association with the state of unmanifest Prakriti, Avyakta Avastha. The Lord is described as Bhujagashayanam, lying on the bed of snake. Then the lotus of eye consciousness, along with the four aspects of mind, arises from that pure consciousness and begins the process of creation. Padmanabham, Suresham, meaning Lord of the Suras, the deities, the lesser Lord gods or Devas, represent the forces of nature and also their presiding deities, such as Agni, god of fire, who is said to be the presiding deity of the function of speech. Lord Vishnu, the pure consciousness, is beyond all conditionings of nature. He is the very source of nature and is Lord and Master, and its Lord and Master. Vishwadharam, sometimes called Vishwakaram. It means that Lord Vishnu, the pure consciousness, as consciousness is the very support of the universe, the substratum of the world, and that this consciousness is itself appearing as the universe. Gagana Sadrisham means like all pervading space. Space is all pervading yet unseen, accommodates everything, remains unpolluted and untouched, Nirmala. The same is or the true of the pure consciousness Brahman. Meghavarnam means the dark blue color of a water bearing cloud. Blue is the color of infinity, just as the sky and the vast expanse of oceanic waters appear blue because our eyes cannot see their limits. So too, even though the Lord may take a particular incarnation as Rama or Krishna, his nature remains infinite. Shubhangam means the one whose body or limbs is auspicious and pure, as he is by nature absolutely purity without any stain of ignorance. Lakshmi Kantam means the one who is the beloved Lord of Lakshmi. Lakshmi is none other than the Lord's own power of creation, Adi Shakti. Lakshmi always stays with Lord Vishnu. This indicates that the creative power, nature, or Prakriti as we call it, cannot exist or function without the presence of life. The consciousness that illumines and enlivens it. Kamala Nayanam means the lotus eyed one. The Lord's eyes are beautiful like a fully blossomed lotus, not sleepy like ours. The lotus indicates purity, for due to its waxy coating, the petals remain untouched by the water in which it grows. From the above description, we can see what a profound verse it is. We normally chant the verse without appreciating its deeper meaning, deeper implications. We should try to understand and chant. Thus, when we meditate on the various aspects of the Lord's form with correct understanding, we can realize the true essence of what is represented by his form. Through it, we can know the nature of the absolute reality beyond all names and forms and can understand the entire creation along with its various states. We also realize that even though this creation appears in consciousness, the Lord or the pure self ever remains in its own infinite glory. This is true meditation on the Lord. Even if we do not have this understanding of the higher and subtler implication of the form, we can begin by worshipping the idol. This will help us to tune our mind and develop love for the Lord. Thereafter, we will begin to ask, what is this form I am worshipping? Who is God? And what is his nature? What is his nature? Until these questions arise in the mind, the practice of puja is incomplete. But once they arise, the worship is fruitful and one of its true purpose is fulfilled. I have described the symbolism of Lord Vishnu according to one verse for the sake of meditation. For every Hindu deity, there are many verses of meditation, dhyana shlokas, which are to be meditated upon in this way. Once we know that such wonderful truth is being depicted by the depicted in the picture or idol, and we worship and meditate on it with this understanding, it will be a beautiful experience. Chapter 8, Installation of the Religious Idol. Rituals pertaining to the installation and consecration of the religious idol in the temple is another important topic about which we should know. The ceremony by which the idol is installed in the particular place, home, community center, or temple, is called the Murti Sthapana. When the idol is installed at home or in a community center, there are no strict rules regarding the method of worship. The idol's presence is mainly to aid us in our meditation. In the temples, however, we not only perform not only perform the Murti Sthapana, but also another consecration ceremony called the Prana Pratishtha. Prana means life and Pratishtha means placing. Prana Pratishtha therefore means the placing or of the infusing of life into the idol. Thereafter, the idol is not the idol is no longer looked upon as merely an idol, but as a living entity. Without breath, the human body is only a physical structure, and we do not care for it as we care for a living entity. A living being must be fed, clothed, bathed, rested, and so on. In the same way, when we buy a murti, idol, or image of God from the shop, it is just a physical form for which is done, no rituals are done. Only when the prana pratishtha is performed, life is infused into that idol. Thereafter, every day the deity must be bathed, offered food, clothes, and ornaments, along with other articles of worship such as incense, lights, and performance of the arti. Whenever an opportunity arises, please observe a prana pratishtha ceremony at a temple. Very few people pay close attention during an ordinary puja. They say, we do not understand anything the priest is doing or what he is chanting. But many do not even try to understand. We cannot blame the priests or others for our ignorance. We ourselves trust must be serious in learning the meaning of the ceremony. The ceremony comprises several steps, each having its own significance. Consecration ceremony. Ganesha Puja or Navagraha Puja form the preliminary steps of the worship in the main deity to be consecrated. For this, many copper pots, kalashas are brought to the temple and filled with Ganga water. For 2 or 3 days, pujas are performed and mantras are chanted, whereby the water is charged with spiritual force. This chanting of mantras is similar to the way batteries are charged with electrical energy. A plain wire by itself is called a dead wire. It has no capacity to energize or electrify, but when an electric current is passed through it, it is called a live wire and can be used to empower various equipments. Though a charged battery has a dead one, and a dead one may look the same. Only the battery that is sufficiently charged will start the car engine. Sound can have a great effect not only on water but on our bodies also. And that is why even today sound therapy is employed. A case in point is that of a Brahman who performed various rituals for people and then was given sumptuous food by them. Although he may he was a diabetic, he loved sweets and could not resist them. Fortunately, this Brahman knew the Saura Sukta, a Vedic hymn to the sun, which he started to chant at home after he had eaten a lot of sweets. After chanting the mantra a certain number of times, his body would sweat profusely afterwards. When he went to the doctor for a blood sugar test, it was found that he had no ill effects from the sugar whatsoever. It has even been proven that when one chants Vedic mantras, even without understanding their meanings, positive effects are produced on the body. This is the power of the Vedic mantras. In Hindu Dharma, this science of sound is described in the Vedic mantra shastras, which explain about the different mantras that affect the particular parts of the body and mind. This power of sound also explains why we feel so peaceful when we go to temples where mantras are being chanted. For even though we cannot see the power, we feel it and say that there is a spiritual vibration. In the same way, the water placed in the copper pots for the Navagraha Puja is charged with spiritual energy through Vedic mantras and worship. The idol is then taken to a special place for installation. The copper pots are carried on the heads of the priests or of the sannyasi renunciate attending the ceremony, and the water is poured into onto the idol. After this, the priest or sannyasi closes the eyes of the idol by applying chandana, sandalwood paste, and pressing its thumbs on the idol's eyes. The eyes are again opened. When he removes his thumbs, the idol is then regarded as a living god and not just as a piece of stone or wood. When the ceremony is performed properly and daily worship is offered by the priest, and more people come with faith to offer their prayers and prostrations, the idol gains power. Though this may sound strange, it is something like an ordinary person becoming an officer and gaining more power and authority as increasing numbers of people come to him for help and decision making. The more people look up to him, the more his power increases. In the same way, as more reverence is bestowed upon the idol, it in turn gains greater power to bless us. Kumbhabhisheka. In the consecration ceremony, there is another ceremony called the Kumbhabhisheka. Abhisheka in general means bathing and is derived from the Sanskrit root sinch, to sprinkle, to which is prefixed abhi or round. For the Kumbhabhisheka, a golden pot kalash is kept on the top of the temple. Consecrated water is then brought and poured into this pot. What is the significance of having the idol inside the temple and a kalash above it? The idol, such as Ganesha, Shiva, or Vishnu, has a particular form. Its presence in the temple represents the personal or saguna with form aspect of God, the reality. The kalasha on top of the temple is not in a shape of any person, however, and so it represents the attributeless nirguna without form aspect of reality. A devotee approaching the temple from a distance is able to see the kalasha on top, but he or she comes to the temple to worship the personal form of the Lord. Subjectively, this means that from a distance we see the highest goal we want to attain, the formless Nirgun Brahman. But in order to reach there, we must go through the practice of worshipping the form Saguna of the Lord. Thus, the path for the spiritual aspirant is indicated through worship of the Lord with attributes. We reach the highest, the attributeless truth. The 16 steps of ritualistic worship, puja. A particular sequence of steps is followed in the worship of the deity at home or in the temple. The initial steps, Purva Puja, for the removal of obstacles and for the successful completion of the puja. We begin with the invocation and worship of Lord Ganesha, following by followed by prayers to Goddess Saraswati and the Guru. This is followed by Kalasha Puja, the sanctification of the water, and Dravya Puja, the consecration of the materials to be offered to the Lord, materials to be offered to the Lord. Then Atma Puja is also done for the purification of oneself. At this time, the priest puts a flower on his own head. The main worship, Mukhya Puja. After these initial steps, the 16 steps of worship, Shodasha Upachara Puja, begins. Most of these steps are followed even for an honored guest at home. Some we perform daily for our own bodies. For instance, when any guest comes to our house, we welcome him, give him a place to sit and an opportunity to bathe. Then we offer him food and entertainment. When we bid him farewell, we urge him to visit us again. In puja, it is the Lord Himself whom we are welcoming as our guest. This welcome in the form of a prayer is called Avahana. The deity is offered a seat, asana. Water is offered for washing, padhyam, and hands, arghyam, and for drinking, achamanam. After this, the deity is bathed, snanam. A special bath, abhisheka, is offered while chanting Purna Sukta, Purusha Sukta for Lord Vishnu, or Rudra and Chamaka for Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva is bathed continuously by a kalasha with a small hole which is hung above the idol, and water drips out slowly upon it. This continuous stream of water represents the unbroken mental thought of the Lord, Sajatiya Vritti Pravaha, and indicates that our contemplation on God continuous, should be continuous, effortless, and single pointed. While watching this stream of water on the Shiva idol, and while chanting the mantras, our mind becomes single pointed. This will not happen if the water is poured upon the idol suddenly, all at once. After bathing, fresh clothes are offered to the deity Vastram along with the anointing by sandal paste, chandana, and kumkum. The deity is decorated with ornaments, abhushana, and offered incense, dhupa, a lamp, deepa, and variety of freshly cooked food, naivedyam. The last step is the arati, during which camphor kapur, karpur is lit before the deity, symbolizing the light of by which one sees the Lord's form. When we put our hands over the flame and then touch our eyes, it means that we try to keep that light or vision of the Lord ever in front of our eyes and look upon the world from this new divine standpoint. The food that has been offered to the Lord becomes prasada, blessed food from, and our partaking of this prasada indicates ananda and shanti, the blissful peace that we experience upon God realization. Pujas conducted outside the temple include conclude with a farewell prayer to the deity. This is not done in the temple puja because the temple is considered to be the Lord's permanent abode. These are in brief the 16 steps of the Shodasha Upachar Puja. This puja can be done even in our home if we do not have time to go through all the steps elaborately. A flower, incense, and lights can be at least can at least be offered. By doing this every day, we start communicating with the Lord. When two persons sit and talk together, we do not wonder at it. Some people talk to their pets and seem to know what the pets are saying by the way they wag their tail or bark. An outsider may not understand anything, but a person who is in tune with the animal can certainly understand and communicate. There are people with green fingers, especially gardeners, who communicate with trees and flowers. Going one step further, people who worship the idol of the deity with great faith and devotion become so attuned to it that the idol actually speaks to them. If the devotee has a problem, and sits in front of the idol, the answer to the question comes to his or her mind. Bharata, the brother of Bhagavan Ram, could worship the sandals Paduka of Sri Ram, would worship the sandals, the Paduka of Sri Ram, and it is said that whenever he had any doubts, he used to sit in front of the Padukas and they would talk to him. Of course, we need not take a word talking in just the literal sense. What is meant is that when the mind becomes calm, quiet, and attuned to the idol of the Lord, through faith and devotion, the answers come into the mind of the devotee. There are some devotees who are so sensitive in their worship of the idol that they use cool water to bathe the deity in the summer, and in the winter they use hot water. On the other hand, there are some who are not so sensitive or attuned. They will use only cold water for the deity. Uh-huh. So sensitive or attuned, they will use hot water to bathe themselves in winter, but use only cold water for the deity. This is a little cold hearted. For them, the purpose of the worship of creating love and tuning with the Lord is not yet fulfilled. If puja is done regularly, sincerely, and with great devotion, we will find that our mind becomes purified and attuned with the Murti idol. The practice of puja is the science in itself and is also a matter of faith and devotion. That there are books that describe different types of pujas in great detail. However, the best thing is to actually watch someone performing the ritual, take interest in it, and inquire into the meaning of what is being done. Thus, we come to enjoy this practice. Ninth, symbolism of Lord Shiva. Having explained the symbolism of Lord Vishnu, let us discuss the symbolism of Lord Shiva and his attributes. Before doing so, however, I will mention a few points concerning Lord Brahma, the Creator. Many people ask why there are so many temples dedicated to Lord Vishnu, Lord Shiva, the Divine Mother, Sri Ram, Sri Krishna, Ganesh, and other deities, and hardly any dedicated to Lord Brahma. In fact, though there are very few temples dedicated to Lord Brahma in India. Swami Chinmaya once explained it in the following way. He said that our minds continuously and effortlessly entertain thoughts of doing something and creating something. We have no difficulty in creating thoughts in our minds. The only problem is that we do not know how to sustain and destroy those thoughts very well. For instance, the thoughts let me buy a car or let me buy a house arise very easily, but often we do not have the power to maintain that thought long enough to achieve the goal. We do not know how to sustain a noble thought in our minds when it arises, nor, on the other hand, we know how to destroy ignoble thoughts. In other words, creating thoughts is spontaneous and natural to us, but the other two faculties of maintenance and destruction are much more difficult. In addition, one thought creations becomes difficult to get rid of when necessary. In addition, our thought creations become difficult to get rid of when necessary. having created so many attachments and entanglements in our lives, we become helpless and cannot free ourselves from them. Therefore, we need to invoke the inner power of destruction. This is why we invoke Lord Shiva to give us the capacity to destroy all our attachments and unwanted thoughts. We also need the grace and blessings of Lord Vishnu to sustain our noble thoughts and be consistent until we reach our goal. That is why we need more temples dedicated to Lord Vishnu and Shiva, but for Lord Brahma, one is quite enough. Many facets of Lord Shiva. As observed previously, every form of god or goddess in Hindu Dharma can be understood from at least four different standpoints: the absolute, the cosmic, the departmental, in charge of a particular aspect of creation, and as the incarnation who appeared on earth to re establish Dharma. From the highest standpoint, Lord Shiva is the formless, absolute reality, which is of the nature of pure consciousness. The name Shiva itself means auspiciousness. Interestingly, there is a similar sounding word in Sanskrit, Shava, which means a dead body. A body itself is nothing but inert matter, a corpse. But in the living form, Shiva's presence transforms the body into a beautiful and holy living being. Because of life, only we love, honor, and show affection to a person. That divine presence is Shiva, the pure consciousness, auspiciousness, and it is our own true nature. From the cosmic standpoint, Lord Shiva represents the Lord of the universe, the creator, sustainer, and destroyer of the world. From the departmental governance standpoint, Lord Shiva is worshipped as the deity in charge of destruction, while Lord Brahma is considered to be in charge of creation, and Lord Vishnu the deity in charge of sustenance. However, since there can be no creation without destruction, nor any destruction without creation, we cannot attribute the power of creation exclusively to one deity and the power of destruction to another. The distinction between these three powers is merely to understand the various processes of life. In his fourth aspect, as the particular form that manifested on earth, Lord Shiva is said to have appeared in numerous incarnations as a guru, an enlightened master who teaches the knowledge of the self to his disciples. Sri Adi Shankaracharya and Dakshinamurti Bhagwan were considered to be such incarnations, avatars of Lord Shiva. In his Ramayana, Goswami Tulsidas explains that Lord Shiva is Brahman, the absolute reality, and Parvati, his spouse, is Adi Shakti, the Lord's primordial power. Saint Tulsidas also gives another dimension of Lord Shiva and says, I salute Bhavani, Parvati, and Shankar, Shiva, who are the embodiments of faith without whom even great seekers cannot realize the highest reality which is in their hearts. Lord Shiva, therefore, is not only the supreme truth present in every heart, but he is also the faith that is essential to realize the truth. Even if we have faith, we are not able to see the truth unless we have a guru to guide us. Therefore, Saint Tulsidas says further, I salute the Guru Shankar, who is the embodiment of eternal knowledge. Hence, Lord Shiva is considered as the supreme truth, the faith by which we realize that truth, and also the Guru who guides us to the truth. Meditation on Lord Shiva's form. Tulsidas has composed another beautiful verse on Lord Shiva in the Ramcharitmanas, which is full of deep significance. यस्यांके च विभाति भूधरसुता देवापगामस्तके भाले बालविधुर्गले च गरलं यस्योरसि व्यालराट् सोऽयं भूतिविभूषणः सुरवरः सर्वाधिपः सर्वदा सर्वः सर्वगतः शिवः शशिनिभः श्रीशङ्करः पातु माम्. May Lord Shankar protect me. Sri Shankara Patumam. Shankara, another name for Lord Shiva, means the one who brings auspiciousness into our lives. Shankaroti iti Shankaraha. Lord Shiva is one on whose left side sits the beautiful goddess Parvati, Yasyanke cha vibhati Pudhara Sutta, and on whose head is the goddess Ganga, Deva Pagamastake. Even though there are beautiful goddesses above and beside him, Lord Shiva is never distracted and is ever in meditation. For those of us who practice meditation, we know that the slightest scent of perfume distracts our attention. This picture of Lord Shiva with the two goddesses indicates his detachment and power of concentration and depth of his absorption in meditation. The river Ganga. The holy river Ganga on Lord Shiva's head has several meanings. Some consider Ganga as the flow of knowledge from the teacher to the disciple, Jnana Ganga. Knowledge flows from our head. Sant Tulsidas gives another interpretation. He says that Ganga represents devotion to the Lord. Whether we say devotion or knowledge, both are the same, for just as we keep knowledge in the head, we must also revere and sustain the attitude of devotion in our minds. When someone asked me why Lord Shiva keeps Ganga on his head, I told him, he is showing you that you should keep your head cool. This meaning is also important because many of us are very hot headed. There is a saying in Hindi that the sign of a healthy person is one whose feet are warm, whose stomach is soft, and whose head is cool. For most of us, it is just the opposite. We get cold feet, a sense of isolation, fear, or reluctance towards life. Our stomach gets upset by eating the wrong kind of food, and our head is hot with anger. I often tell people, you have so many hangers in your house. Why do you not hang your anger in the closet? Just as we are able to take out our clothes and hang them up again, we should be able to remove or put away our anger when it arises. Keep the head cool and you win the world. Some lady called her husband temperamental, 50% temper, 50% mental. We can keep the head cool only through knowledge and devotion. Bharata took the sandals of Sri Rama at Chitrakoot and kept them on his head to demonstrate his great love and respect for Sri Ram. The crescent moon and poison. On Shiva's forehead there is the crescent moon, and his neck the poison Bhale Balavidur Gale Chagaralam. The crescent moon that is seen on Lord Shiva's forehead represents the nectar of life. It is said that the nectarine rays of the moon fall on earth and nourish the entire vegetable kingdom. But poison is just the opposite. It brings death. Lord Shiva holds both the moon and the poison, yet is ever in meditation. This has a deep significance. It indicates that our lives are full of pairs of opposites: life and death, creation and destruction, joy and sorrow, honor and dishonor, success and failure. We should be able to forbear these pairs of opposites with calmness of mind and not let them destroy our mental equipoise. Generally, we want to live and we do not know how to handle death. We want only joy but not its opposite. The symbols of the crescent moon and the poison in Lord Shiva's neck indicate that we should be able to accept pain as well as pleasure, and that we should have an inner balance and equipoise in the midst of all good and bad experiences. There is another meaning behind the moon on Lord Shiva's head. A crescent moon is not straight, it is curved and tilted. Saint Tulsidas explains that even though the moon is a little crooked, we overlook its crookedness while worshipping Lord Shiva. We do not tell the moon to get out of the way because the moon is in association with the Lord. It is worshipped along with him. This means that even though some disciples of the Guru may be crooked or imperfect, they are given respect just because of their association with the Guru. Though the disciple himself may not be invited anywhere, and if the Guru is invited by someone, the disciple is asked to come along, so he also receives the respect. The blue neck. One story in the Puranas explains how Lord Shiva came to have poison in his neck. In ages past, when the Milky Ocean was being churned by the gods and demons, in order to get the nectar of immortality, the celestial snake Vasuki, who was being used as the churning rope, began to vomit a fatal poison called Halahal Visha. Until then, since many attractive and good things had been churned out of the ocean, the gods and demons had argued and fought over them. But when the poison came out of Vasuki, none of them wanted it. In desperation, they went to Lord Shiva and said, O Lord, please save us from this poison which is burning the whole world, even by its smell. No one else has as much power as you. Lord Shiva is the embodiment of compassion, Karuna Avatar. He accepted the poison and drank it. However, he did not swallow the poison entirely but kept it in his throat without letting it go to his stomach. The poison turned his neck blue, and that is why he came to be called as blue necked one, Neelakantha. The meaning behind this story is that only a great and wise person will be able to swallow all the poison that life gives. Ordinary people lay claim only to the good things of life: beauty, comfort, success, and so on, and even take credit for achieving them. But when they get bad things, they reject them. Many ask, why is it that only good people suffer silently? It is because only the good and noble ones have the capacity and strength to suffer, whereas ordinary people will break down under the same circumstances. The fact that Lord Shiva did not swallow the poison but kept it in his neck has another significance. It did not become poisonous or bitter himself. Many people become very bitter themselves when they have some unpleasant experiences and then vomit them upon others. Lord Shiva neither swallowed the poison completely nor did he spit it out. Rather, he held it in his neck. The poison beautified him and became his ornament. In the same way, one who is able to go through all experiences of life and still abide in his own true nature without becoming bitter becomes great like Lord Shiva. The Lord Himself has shown us that if a person is capable of enduring sorrows and of removing the sufferings of another, that person should do so. However, he should not grumble and complain while suffering. Instead, the mind should always be immersed in inner meditation. The snake garland. It is adorned with the snake garland. Yasyo rasi vyalarat. People often ask, why is there a snake around Lord Shiva's neck? Because most of us are scared of snakes. This shows us that he is fearless. The snake also represents time, kala. When a poisonous snake bites, the person dies. So too, the snake of time eventually catches up the bites and bites every being. Change and death are frightening to all of us, but Lord Shiva is the Lord of time, indicating that he is beyond time. He is immortal. If we realize that the timeless reality is our own nature too, can change and death frighten us? The snake on the Lord's Shiva's neck also represents the mind that spits out its poison of negative thoughts. Yet, if we keep the mind under perfect control, it will lie as peacefully in meditation as Lord Shiva himself. When the mind is quiet, neither hissing nor spitting, meaning mind is quiet, neither hissing nor spitting, meaning no longer agitating ourselves or others. It is in bliss. The ash smeared body. Lord Shiva smears the ashes of the cremation ground all over his body. Soyam Bhuti Vibhushana. These ashes Vibhuti are a great glory for him. By this, Lord Shiva shows us that our bodies are already dead, inert matter, and will turn to ashes every one day. We should therefore rise above our identification with the body, even while we are living. The ruler of all. Lord Shiva is the best amongst gods and is the ruler of the entire world. Suravara Sarvadhipa Sarvada. When one rises above our bodies, one's body identification, does one not become a master of the world? Thereafter, can anyone frighten, tempt, bribe, or compel him to do anything wrong? No, for all our wrong actions, temptations, fears, insecurities, and corruptions arise only out of identification with the body. As long as this identification remains, one can never become a master of situations. But Lord Shiva is the one who has destroyed all these negativities. He is all pervading and is famous everywhere, Sarvagata. Naturally, one who is truly good becomes famous everywhere. Lord Shiva's glow is like that of the moon, Shashinibha, and pleases everybody's heart. Thus, it makes the mind calm and quiet. Saint Tulsidas ji concludes by saying, may that Lord Shiva protect me. Such is the beautiful representation of Lord Shiva's form in this verse. I have explained only a little of its symbolic meaning. The three eyes. Lord Shiva is the three-eyed one, Trilochana. This is another important aspect. It is said that the third eye, located between the eyebrows, is the eye of wisdom. The other two eyes represent love and justice. When the Lord looks at and deals with this world, He is both loving and just. Some are just and have no compassion, and then their justice becomes too harsh. On the other hand, if one is too compassionate, he becomes sentimental and has no sense of justice. This creates a problem because then the number of criminal people in society grows. Lord Shiva exemplifies a good ruler who has both love and justice. He balances the two with his eye of wisdom. The third eye also symbolizes the vision of knowledge that destroys all ignorance and passion. Thus, we find that Lord Shiva represents the absolute reality, the substratum of the world, and also the self of all beings. He is the master of the universe as well as the deity in charge of the destruction of this world, the destruction that will subsequently bring about a new creation. In addition, Lord Shiva incarnates as the Guru, Sri Shankaracharya and Sri Dakshinamurti. And finally, he is the faith whereby we reach the truth. Also, he is divine form, rich in meaning, and can be meditated upon to realize the Shiva Tattva, the supreme truth. Chapter 10 all onwards, we will see afterwards. Hari Om. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Hari Om. Om Shri Chinmaya Sadgurave Namaha. Om